And welcome to the snowy November 17th, 2021 Executive Committee meeting. I want to start by saying that we acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of the City Administration and of Council are attending the meeting through video conferencing today. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of Council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports will be considered by City Council at its meeting scheduled for November 24th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, November 22nd. Report EX 2176 2022 budget submission service partners will be referred to and considered at City Council's 2022 budget meeting on December 16th. The deadline for service partners to register as a delegation is 12 noon on Monday, December the 13th. Okay, so agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair after adding the following communications from Regina and Region Home Builders Association, Stu Niebergall, respecting EX 21-79 intensification levy referral report as item EX 21-80, and North Prairie Developments Limited, Andrew Williams and John Williams, respecting EX 21-79 intensification levy referral report as item EX 21-81. So it was moved by Councillor Moll. I'll call the question. Any opposed? How do we monitor online? I think that is carried. Okay, so is there, I should have, before I said it was carried, has anyone online opposed? None? Okay, so that is carried. So now we'll go to approval of the minutes from our last meeting. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the Executive Committee held on November 3rd, 2021? Councillor Hawkins. Any errors or omissions? Is there anyone online who would like to speak? No? I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to the approval of the minutes? None? Then that is carried. So we go into delegations. EX 21-76 2022 budget submission service partners. I do just want to remind committee that we do have a long agenda, and ask that you try to ask your questions as succinctly as possible when it comes to questioning the delegations. I'd like to call upon Delegation John Lee, Tina Beaudry-Miller, and Chelsea Galloway, representing Economic Development Regina. Welcome. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you are from. You have 10 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Good morning, Mayor and fellow councillors. I'm Tina Beaudry-Mellor, the Chief Economic Growth Officer here at Economic Development Regina, and I'm really pleased to be joined by my colleague, Chelsea Galloway, our Chief Tourism and Visitor Growth Officer, as well as Chris Bonk, our Senior Director of Marketing and Communications. We're both wanted to be with us today. Both Frank Hart and Tina Spadal are unable to attend. Today, we are looking for your support for the 2022 business plan and the funding request that has been approved by our board. Next slide, please, Chris. We have developed critical strategies. Next slide, please, Chris. Thanks. We have developed critical strategies for tourism, agriculture, and food destination marketing. We also took major strides in the past year with investment attraction, including $4 billion in capital investment announcements, and that new number includes 2 recent capital investment announcements from FCL, which are massive for our city. So what you're seeing on the slide here is really an illustration of the foundations we laid in 2021 and how we're going to continue to execute on that positive momentum in 2022. So you witnessed a very high level of event activation, which is going to be on full display next week during Agribition to support our tourism and hospitality sector. Record investment announcements over the last number of years, and of course a global partnership with the AgTech Accelerator, as well as much, much more. And we've done this all, Council, with a very small but highly effective team. We have 14.5 employees currently here at EDR, plus a student, compared to 24 to our counterpart in Saskatoon and 43 to our counterpart in Winnipeg. Next slide, please, Chris. So we just want to highlight the 4 key priority areas that our business plan encompasses for 2022, and they are destination brand and marketing, which many of you have participated in to date, and we want to thank you for that. Our tourism and visitor economy, again, many of you have participated in some of the foundational work there, which Chelsea will speak to. A solid foundation for our organization, and of course, economic growth, which encompasses many of our priorities today. And to drill down a little bit further on this, I'm going to turn it over to Chelsea Galloway to speak to tourism.
Good morning, everyone. So over the past year, we've placed a huge emphasis on having conversations with our stakeholders and engaging and supporting them as much as possible. And as a result, I'm proud to say that our stakeholder satisfaction rating went from 65% when we surveyed in June to over 85% today. Our strategy for Regina's visitor economy is designed to leverage our distinctiveness into a competitive advantage, grow the number of visitors that visit Regina, extend the length of their stay, and ensure that visitors have a memorable and enjoyable experience. So our full list of key performance indicators is included in our overall business plan document, but highlights of some of those KPIs include building around the momentum that we have gained in our ag sector, both in investment attraction and in major events, activating our city around major events, turning our locals into true ambassadors for our city, submitting bids for major sport and other major events, and being able to engage Indigenous leaders to uncover possible tourism products in our market. Chris will now speak to the destination brand and marketing piece.
Good morning, everyone. So destination brand in marketing is really about ensuring we get Regina's amazing story out there. A key component of that will be continuing the work that we started last year to be the single destination brand for Regina, one that works across our economy and speaks to Regina as a location of choice to live, work, play, invest, and visit. So we'll formally launch the brand in Q1, but we know that the brand will only be successful if all of us gets behind it. That includes this group, city admin, key community partners, the business community, the tourism and hospitality sector, all of us. Our measures really speak to how we're going to tell Regina's story. We had a great 2021, and with the amazing stories we have to tell, we know 2022 will be even better. This work is also very important for the work we do in investment attraction and economic growth, which Tina will speak to now.
Thanks, Chris. So Regina is on track to become one of the most competitive jurisdictions in Canada. Our strategy to realize that potential is really based on 3 key areas of focus. 1, the agriculture and food sector. 2, investment attraction and competitiveness. And 3, of course, the growth of the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the Audacity movement. So key highlights in this area, and you're going to see some very, very strong performance indicators here. They include moving the annual agri-food exports to 1 billion by 2030. That is for just the Greater Regina area. That will also include the ag value added revenue growing to 2 billion by 2030. We will accomplish in 2022 4 multi-million-dollar investment announcements, and we will support, of course, the launch of the business response team, which we've spoken to council about before. And of course, also we will, and as many of you have seen, we'll continue to work on the AgTech Accelerator. You've recently seen the announcement that we have partnered with a global partner in the UK, Innovates. So as you've seen, our entire organization is working with very clear performance indicators. And with that, we'll turn and have a look at the financials. So here's a quick look at our 2022 budget, which is detailed for all of you in the business plan. EDR is requesting an investment of 1.89 million from the city, which includes an economic adjustment of 2% over 2021 to adjust for the cost of living increases. This funding will maintain our core services and day-to-day business, which are outlined in the 2022 business plan. And in addition to our core funding request, EDR is also requesting an additional 300,000 to support continued recovery in our tourism sector. And these funds, along with additional partner funding, will go to securing high-impact future events, conventions, and trade shows, activating high-impact ECT across the city, including Winterfrost, and enhancing visitor services in partnership with other stakeholders, such as the YQR. At minimum, and I think it's important to point out that at minimum, half of our funding comes from sources other than the City of Regina. We place a strategic emphasis on increasing our gearing ratio. While the city provides 1.88 million, and our team sources another 1.8 million from other partners. And while the pandemic caused a bit of a setback, we expect 2022 partner funding to equal or exceed city core funding. And this is, I think, really good news for your economic development organization. So to reiterate, next slide, please, Chris. So to reiterate, we are respectfully looking for council's endorsement and support of this 2022 business plan. We're also seeking and looking for council's support for an investment of 1.88 million in core funding. And finally, an investment of 300K to aid in the continued recovery of Regina's tourism sector. And now, as time permits, I believe if council will approve, we have a short video for you that we would like to present to sum up. Chris?
2021 was a year where we wanted to do things differently. We wanted to take some opportunities to try new things, and we do that through 4 major ways: events, conventions, and trade shows, visitor experience, destination assets, and product development. And through those 4 core things, we're able to do a number of different amazing initiatives with a variety of our partners in the city. Elle's Cafe is one of my favorite stories of 2021. Their image became something that tourism was known for this summer. It was on our billboards, it was on banners at events, it was that iconic Dole Whip cone, and it just took off.
To this day, I have people coming in and saying, I saw your video on Tourism Regina's TikTok and I had to get down here and try this.
That's exactly what we want with businesses in our city that want to live here, that want to grow here. We want to create these organic connections together. We want to be able to elevate their business so that they have success here. That is the beauty of the Elle's Cafe story.
We're very excited about investing in Regina, Saskatchewan. We're going to be known on the map as the global ag and food hub of the world. We've recently announced that we will be constructing the world's largest fully integrated canola crushing facility. To put that in perspective, we're going to crush 2.5 million metric tons of canola seed annually.
The ag industry in Regina is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for us as a local economy. So we want to be able to take a good position, make sure that we build the right relationships and explore external opportunities to be able to bring additional investment into Saskatchewan and into Regina. And this is an opportunity for us to open new doors for other nations to be able to invest as well.
Mega events in our city are a huge driver. They are so important. What we wanted to do with Agribition is create an activation strategy, and it's something that we hope you will start seeing over a number of different major events that come into our city. We're really just going to try and light up the city, take it over, make sure everybody knows that Agribition's in town, and hopefully get more people out experiencing that event and making sure that it's a successful event for another 50 years.
Tourism Regina is going to be a fantastic help promoting Agribition during show week. Everything from making the city feel active and look active. We really are talking about turning Agribition Week into a Stampede Week feel thanks to tourism. Agribition has the benefit of being a signature event that the people in tourism can line up behind, but we're far from the only, and we'll be there to support other events and other initiatives that tourism brings to the table. The power of collaboration is so strong in our industry. When we come together and we work on things, they are so much better than they would be if we tried to do them alone. I think that's been the best part about 2021 is that everybody's come together to make things great. And moving forward, we need to come together and tell the story together. We need to support one another, and we need to be champions of our city. We need to tell everybody how great it is. We need to tell them what they can do here. We need to be excited about the things that we have. And we need to help build each other up so that when people come into Regina, they have an amazing experience. They see it in our residents, and they're excited about being here.
Thank you very much, and now we will welcome any questions that council may have of us.
Thank you. And just for the record, my apologies, Chris. Bonk is part of the delegation and not John Lee. Are there any questions of the delegation? I have Councillor Moll.
I like your little post there about L's. I can't remember the name of the business there, but anyways, Dole Whip. So my kids found out about it, along with my wife, and they're like, oh, Disneyland. Remember Disneyland and Dole Whip? So anyways, they went there and they enjoyed it and spread it around on Facebook. So I like that. Okay, so in the 2022 budget, RHA destination marketing contribution, I noticed there was nothing for that this year. Can you tell me why?
Yeah, I can speak to that one. So unfortunately, the hospitality sector just has not seen the recovery that I think they anticipated. So you will see that the Regina Hotel Association's Destination Marketing Fund was a significant funder of Tourism Regina's efforts. In the past, in 2019, they provided us with $600,000 in funding in cash and in kind. But over the course of the past 2 years, that number has dropped to zero and will remain at zero in 2022.
Okay, thank you. Within our Appendix B, page 14, under initiatives, it states to collaborate on investment action in 2022. EDR will equip trade missions to the UAE with the information they need to promote Regina's Ag Tech Accelerator and attract tech anchor companies. I have a couple full questions here. So what is UAE? Is this common practice for EDR to go on trade missions, or is this typically something the provincial government does?
So thank you very much for the question, Councillor Moll. So UAE is United Arab Emirates, and the province will be taking a delegation to the United Arab Emirates for the World Expo in January. We will not be participating in that mission. However, we will be equipping the province to be able to promote Regina as a destination of choice investment for both tourism and the visitor economy, as well as for investment in the ag and food space in particular, and the Ag Tech Accelerator. So it has been, we have noted over the last number of years and over the last number of meetings that I've been in, that if Regina doesn't push our information and assets into some of these trade show opportunities, all of the examples tend to be Saskatoon related, and the focus tends to be on the city of Saskatoon. So we need to be a bit more aggressive on that front. On the second question, we do have in plans to attend. We've recently negotiated a deal with the UK Innovates, who are bringing investment in an entire cohort of companies into the Ag Tech Accelerator in February. Part of that work will include EDR will attend the UK as part of the provincial trade mission to promote Regina, the Ag Tech Accelerator, and investment opportunities in the UK area, and then go on to Agritechnica as part of a promotion of both the Ag Tech Accelerator and our positioning as a global Ag Tech powerhouse in the country at the world's largest trade show. This is a new initiative for EDR. Typically, we have been very reactive in terms of attracting investment announcements. We are starting to be a lot more aggressive, and this is very much in line with what other EDOs are doing across the country.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Page 25 of your report, it states under priority resources that you expect not only to restore the gearing ratio to pre-pandemic levels, but surpass it. Why do you expect to surpass it?
We have added a new staff member to our team, and that is the Director of Business Development, whose name is Mike Tate. And we have tasked him with not only securing the status quo of what we've had for our gearing ratio in past years and restoring it now that we are, I guess, somewhat coming out of COVID, but also in growing that with new partners. And so we expect that we will have the opportunity to grow that. We are being very aggressive in engaging with our local business community. And I think we can build on the investment announcements that we've had recently, Councillor Moll, to demonstrate the value that EDR brings to investment growth and economic recovery to our community.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. I have Councillor Zakidniak online, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions. So I'm going to start with the strategic plan. So just for my knowledge, with your strategic plan for your board, is this something, I don't know if this is a question for administration or for you folks, but is this something that you require council's support, like that we need to sign off on it? How does that work? Through the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakidniak, for the question. We are looking for your endorsement. Our board has already supported and endorsed the business plan. We're looking for council's support for that business plan. We will execute it, but what we really need today is for your support of the budgetary ask that's attached to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I have some questions regarding the budgetary ask, but in terms of the strategic plan, lots of it looks good, but I do have some concerns with it. So maybe I can flag those and we can discuss a little bit. So, there's a section there that talks about sustainability. My concern with that section is that I'm not sure that it's going to be aligned with our energy and sustainability framework. It would seem important to me that EDR's strategic plans would be aligned with the City of Regina's plans. So once I recognize that document has not been published yet, but once it is EDR planning to revisit their sustainability goals to ensure they're aligned with the City of Regina?
So I'll start and speak to that, Councillor Zakidniak, and thank you for the question. EDR is very focused on sustainability goals. The entire ag and food strategy has sustainability as one of its primary pillars. When you do value-added processing, you're achieving sustainability goals through a number of ways. The world population is expected to exceed the arable land supply by 2050. The way that we are going to continue to be able to feed a growing and hungry global population is through two ways. One, by adding tech to value-added and agricultural food production, and two is doing more sustainable ways through precision ag and tech options and value-added processing. So if we take, for example, the canola crush plants that have recently been announced, a significant component of that will be the creation of biofuels to help replace diesel that are used, for example, for airplanes. And so a lot of our ag and food strategy is built around sustainability goals. And of course, that will include the Ag Tech Accelerator. And included in the Ag Tech Accelerator is also a focus on clean tech, wherever we have the opportunity to invest in clean tech and energy transitions.
Okay, so I'm still wondering though, once our framework has come out, will EDR be examining whether their sustainability portion of the strat plan aligns with the city's sustainability framework?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that was my first question. Secondly, can you, as specifically as possible, because I've read the submission and I listened to, the presentation today, but I'm still wondering if you can be more specific at all about the ask for $300,000. Like, what specifically? Maybe you don't know, but will that be used towards?
Chelsea?
Thank you. So specifically, that will be used for support for event activation and anything that we can do to contribute to bids. So our ability to submit as many bids as possible to secure major events for our city. Additionally, it'll be used for collateral and visitor services. So this includes everything from enhancements to our digital guides and itineraries to printing actual maps for visitors, visitor information that we could provide, and then our ability to capture and share photos and videos. And then I would say third, it will be our strategy around sport tourism. So really being able to focus in on that and be as strong as possible as we can as a competitor in the sport tourism industry. So that $300K will primarily contribute to those areas in addition to support the plan as a whole.
Okay, thank you. And I think my final question here is, I've not seen other municipal partners asking for an economic adjustment during these difficult economic times. So can you give us some rationale as to why that's needed from EDR?
Thank you for the question. I'll endeavor to answer it. So it has been the practice of EDR to submit a cost of living adjustment in each of its budget submissions over the past number of years. We do operate on a very small budget with a very small team, and so this allows us to continue to support operations at a time when the cost of living is a significant pressure for our staff and our team.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I have Councillor Bresciani next. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you for coming this morning. Exciting news. So I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done. I want to ask about the priorities, the initiatives, and the key performance indicators. We've been asking from EDR for quite some time, and this is great to have the key performance indicators. Can you just elaborate just a little bit on the importance of how that drives the work that EDR does with those key performance indicators there? Through the chair. Ms. Beaudry-Miller.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. So I'll speak a little bit to them, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chelsea to speak to some of hers as well. I think a couple things. One, it allows us to redefine our internal processes. So to give you an example, in on the enterprise side of economic development Regina, over the last number of months, we've implemented a client records management system so that we can track inquiries coming into EDR that ask about economic investment opportunities and that are interested in potentially investing. And we can actually start tracking the number of inquiries, when those are converted into a lead, when we're able to sort of convert that into a more sophisticated lead, and how we qualify that, how we turn that into an actual investment with shovels in the ground, and then how we manage the aftercare part of managing our investors. And so having these key performance indicators allow us to track that we're constantly moving forward towards our goals, and that we're constantly moving an inquiry into a lead and a lead into a lead conversion and those sorts of things. And without that, it's very difficult for our staff to align work plans and flow downs from that. So it's been incredibly important on the enterprise side. It's also allowed us to see where skills gaps have been. So one example, has been that we really wanted to add a sales lens to the organization, and that was one of the reasons why we brought Mike Tate on as the Director of Business Development, to really bring a sales focus to what we do at EDR in terms of attracting investment. And I'll turn it over to Chelsea to speak to some of her parts.
Thank you. So I'll give 2 examples of just some of the important KPIs in our plan and kind of how they drive our team's work. So first one would be around event attraction. So you'll see some KPIs in our plan around the number of bids that we plan to submit. In addition to that, we also track the economic impact of the bids that we're securing for the city. So it is important for our team to have those targets that are set to ensure that we are securing as many bids as possible for the city. Another objective that we measure would be around our marketing stats. And so we look at everything from the number of views that we have on social media to the different types of guides that people are looking at. And what this does is it helps guide us as how we should be marketing, where we need to look at locals, where we need to look at people outside of the city. It gives us a really clear understanding of our demographics and the people that are watching our content so that we can continue to cater that experience to them.
Great. Thank you for that. That's very important. Last question I have is regards to the destination brand and marketing. And this is another key piece to our Regina story. I guess the piece in there, and I'm not sure, I don't know what the dollar value is, but why is this piece important to this piece here for our city? To the chair.
I think all 3 of us can speak to that, but I'm going to give Chris Bonk, our Senior Director, the opportunity to speak to it.
Sure, and thanks for the question. I think really destination brand and marketing, really, it's something that sort of, it lives over everything that we do at EDR. And so whether or not we're talking about investment or tourism or economic growth in any sense, it's really something that really helps us to create a story that we can tell the entire world about sort of why Regina is a place that people want to come and work, live, play, invest, that sort of thing. And you know, what we've seen is that the cities who do this well are the ones that really sort of have success and really sort of see sort of growth well into the future. And those are the ones that achieve some of the ambitious KPIs that they set for themselves. So really, destination brand and marketing is just really about making sure that we're all sort of rowing in the same direction, and it's not something that EDR on its own can do. And so, you know, we talked earlier about how, you know, we really need to get the entire community involved, and when you have a story and when you have a brand that everyone can sort of identify with and get behind, it really strengthens your ability to go out and grow different sectors of the economy.
Yeah, I would just add very quickly to what Chris said. This is a highly competitive market, both for events, conventions and trade show attraction, visitor attraction, attracting people on where to live, attracting on people where to invest. And actually, Regina has a great opportunity right now, being a mid-sized city with affordable housing, ag and food when people need it most. Just look at our neighbors in BC. Lots of great attraction opportunities, and we need to use this moment to really amplify those things, and that's why the destination branding thing is so critical.
Yeah, that's great. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next I have Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I have 2 questions about the Ag Tech Accelerator program. I suppose they're related. The first is, I see that applications are open to companies across Canada. My first question is just, can you explain to me how helping a company in another jurisdiction grow is useful to Regina's economy? And a related question is, why wasn't participation in the program limited to businesses centralized in Regina?
Ms. Baudry-Miller, are you going to take that?
Yes, I am. So thank you very much for the question and the interest in the Ag Accelerator. A couple of different answers. Firstly, the Ag Tech Accelerator is backed by Emertech, which is a local fund administered by Connexus, which is located in Regina. The Cultivator is also a founding partner located at Connexus in Regina. Of course, EDR as a third founding partner located in Regina. We have all 3 post-secondary institutions who are partners as well in the Ag Tech Accelerator. And so we are definitely interested in connecting local resources here in Regina with companies not just in Regina, but from everywhere to come and learn about Saskatchewan and Regina's agricultural and food community and provide solutions to it. We're surrounded by 80% of farmland here, so this is the place if you want to be in ag and food. So it is about Regina, because all of those solutions will be incubated and grown here in Regina, invested in Regina, and that's an important way to attract investment. I know from other investment opportunities that venture capital tends to dictate where companies end up locating. And so if you take, for example, Raven, which is located just outside of the city here, recently attracted major investment from CNH Industrial. And the opportunity now is that Raven and CNH may actually expand their headquarter presence here. And so this is one of the reasons why we want to attract incubated companies into the Regina space, not just from across Canada, but also globally. And this is why we've also attracted UK Innovates. And to that point, just to further it, is that the funding comes with it. So for example, the UK Innovate Partnership is bringing $225,000 into the AgTech accelerator over the next 3 years. So it's actually another way of having investment attraction and investment into that opportunity and grow opportunities for the next generation.
Thank you. That's a really useful answer. I guess just one follow-up to make sure I understand, right? So part of the focus of the AgTech accelerator, it's not just about the benefit to Regina of growing the company, but the benefit to Regina of finding good investments for local capital to put in across Canada. Is that accurate?
I think it's finding good. Thank you for that question. It's about finding good investments for local capital, and hopefully, while that capital is here incubating in this space, keeping that company here and having them decide to grow, headquarter, and expand here.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good for now. I really appreciate that answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I've got Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come back to the $300,000 tourism recovery ask. Is it your intention that as the hotel and tourism sector recovers from the pandemic, that they will resume contributions to tourism, in effect eliminating the need for the $300,000 tourism recovery tax once we come out of the pandemic?
Chelsea? Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, that would be the intent, is that funding would be able to resume on some level once the hotel industry is a little bit more stable. So while we won't see that in 2022, it is definitely our hope that we will see some level of funding come back from them in 2023. But that need for that increased sustainable funding is definitely very important for our organization moving forward.
Thank you. One follow-up to that, and I may be wrong on this. My impression is that while we don't have a hotel tax charged to our guests on a mandatory basis, there is a voluntary hotel tax collected. Am I right on that? And if so, what's happening to that money?
There is a voluntary destination marketing fee that is collected on hotel rooms that is managed by the Regina Hotel Association, so they manage that budget.
And can you tell me how they manage it, what they spend it on? Is that information that you have?
I don't have their plans for 2022 at this point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I have Councillor Shaw online. Go ahead, please.
Hi there. Councillor Hawkins asked, and you guys answered the question that I was going to ask. Just that I have the floor here for a second, I just want to thank you. I believe that this investment of $300,000 in the way that you guys have it scheduled, that is going to be less and less as the hotels grow, is incredible. I do want to say, though, moving forward, this is an investment, and it doesn't always have to be that one-time investment. I know I spoke about this earlier. This is an investment in our city, in our economy, and in the people. So as long as that investment is being used in those ways, I don't I don't believe that it has to be a one-time investment. We always need to keep investing to keep you guys doing what you guys are doing, and you're doing it well. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. So we have, I think that's all the questions that have been asked of the delegation. So thank you very much for presenting today. You are free to leave the meeting.
Have a great day, Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So now I would like to call upon delegation Monique Goffinet-Miller and Adelaide Aden, representing the Provincial Capital Commission. Are they on the line? They are on the line. So if you can hear me, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you are from. You have 10 minutes to address the committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I apologize for not having my screen completely ready, but it just popped up here. I'm trying desperately to get my PowerPoint presentation open here. My name is Goffinet-Miller. I am the CEO of the Provincial Capital Commission, and with me today is Adelaide Aden. He's our Director of Finance and Corporate Services. So if you will allow me to share my screen for a moment, I'll just begin our presentation, which I recognize is 10 minutes long. If I could get a verbal confirmation that you are seeing my screen?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin our presentation by recognizing that we are presenting to you online, but from the Treaty 4 territory and the home of the Métis. And in this brief presentation, I'll walk you through the budget plan for the PCC in the upcoming fiscal year. In 2022-23, the PCC will continue to showcase Regina with a plan that builds engagement, education, and legacy. Engagement, education, and legacy are three powerful words that we really want to focus here today. I'd like to tell you about Wascana Centre and Government House and about the key strategies that are required to operate two national level sites. I'll cover our overall budget and investments requested from our partners, an investment analysis, and it's going to be a highlighting of the monies that goes into the programs that you are looking at supporting, and the strategic vision of the PCC and some accomplishments from the past year for you to see. There will be a bit on the future, and I'm excited to provide brief remarks on the next Wascana Centre Master Plan as well, which will be developed in the coming year and launched in 2023 with our engagement plan. And as always, I'm happy to take your questions after the presentation. So investing in the PCC keeps Wascana Centre and Government House beautiful, safe, and it increases opportunities for programming and capital infrastructure spends and those investments into our community. A more detailed investment analysis is going to be provided, but in 2022-23, you can see here that the PCC's budget is $12.9 million ask, and the PCC is requesting a status quo funding ask from each partner in support of our operations this year. It's outlined on the graph slide, and we can discuss after if you have questions on our status quo ask. It's our commitment to responsible spending. We've looked at this and we're managing costs and pressures by finding internal efficiencies as much as we can and as fiscally responsibly as we can and possible. Our proposed budget includes a $7.9 million ask from the province of Saskatchewan, $800,000 from the University of Regina, and $2.1 million from the City of Regina for operations, as well as a ask from the City of Regina for $600,000 for capital upgrades and improvements on city land within Wascana Centre. That's a total of $2.719 million in our ask to you today as the city. Here's a brief look at the board-approved 2022-23 spending plan. This spending plan was reviewed and it's done annually in a review with the board, and we discuss our major expenses upcoming with the board for their approval. As part of our governance, the PCC board is actively involved in these approvals. As you know, our board consists of representatives from the University of Regina, councillors from the City of Regina, and there are 3 representatives from the province in the proportion that is percentage of the funding that we receive from each partner. In the coming year, the majority of our revenues will continue to come from our funding partners, while our major areas of expenses are going to continue to include maintenance, accommodation, infrastructure projects, and visitor experience programming, that education outreach, and that impact of legacy. The reason for the $750,000 budget deficit is that 2020-2021 fiscal year, the PCC administration is proposing a surplus investment plan that was reviewed by the board back in 2019 and approved on a 4-year renewal plan. So every year, $750,000 would be spent annually from our surplus of funds and invested into community use capital under active communities, outdoor educational spaces, and ecological envelopes. At this time, the PCC has an accumulated surplus of $10.4 million, and with a plan to reduce that with community use capital investments. So looking a bit closer at the City of Regina's investment into the PCC, and this is how it benefits the residents. Our operational funding supports the PCC's core business in Regina. It includes ensuring that the grass is cut, the paths are clear of snow today. This is especially important, and that the roads are cleared as well, and that the engaging programs are being promoted and developed through Wascana Centre and at Government House. Additional capital funding from the city, and it's provided for upgrades to improvements, as I mentioned, on city land. These focuses have been really on increasing our accessibility and safety, and we've promoted those active communities with the grants we've received from the city and our ecological envelope restorations. So making sure that we do look at greener ways of maintaining the land long term. To clarify, there's a bit different from some of our other partners for our capital spending and our capital asks. To the University of Regina campus, they are responsible for their sidewalks and roadways between their buildings, and they have invested their monies there. As well, the Government of Saskatchewan has invested in projects such as the one you saw at Wascana Centre, an infrastructure upgrade to irrigation. That project was paid for through SAS Builds and Procurement, so we do not ask for that funding spend for that what is called base capital. The total investment of $2.713 million from the City of Regina will support community programs, engage the PCC's mandate, and make sure that our infrastructure on city lands is up to standard. So looking at the mandate, we provide operations management and stewardship for the public assets at Government House and Wascana Centre. You can see here that it's important to us that we have a standard of care for horticulture, pest care, and forestry throughout both of those sites. You can see a team photo here. Actually, I was lucky enough to visit them and plant some trees that are fruit trees in the Arboretum this last year. We're looking at planting those trees and have already along the Hillsdale pathway in order to create an outdoor orchard. And that way, in years to come, the legacy will be there for the community. We've actively focused on finding efficiencies, leveraging our economies of scale, developing innovative ways to refresh our existing initiatives. I'm really proud of our operational expenses this year, that they have come in under budget, and we look at our forecasting at a status quo ask for a reason, because we're being responsible. Capital investments for the community have been projects, and they'll be maintained with the growing of legacy at the PCC sites. The upgrades and improvements proposed for 22-23 align with our strategic planning and pillars of operation. So some of these projects are identified here, and we have key examples of upgrading our pathway connectors along Albert Street and a Blue Loop trail that we discussed for active transportation improvements. We're working with the city and your plans as well on making sure that active communities are a thing of our future and of our present investments. We'll look at new pathways, fencing, and paving. These are things that are important to people for safety as well, and solar lighting to illuminate our skate plaza within the Science Center area that is a partnership with the city. It's important as well that we understand that lighting has to be upgraded because of migratory birds and the importance to our ecological envelopes, making sure that our lighting is effective for safety and also for those tenants of the wildlife that we have here. The PCC is committing $750,000 of its community use capital investments that I mentioned in those three envelopes: active communities, ecological envelopes, and outdoor educational infrastructure. More information can be found in the letter that was provided to you and is available publicly through this package. So apologies, I stepped past that. We do have these active communities, but there are wayfinding signage coming in so that our visitors can see where things are. That's actually an improvement we found, was a request from the city, or rather the community, through COVID. They were seeing maps showing the one-way direction around the lake, but they identified that they appreciated the maps. They were seeing things that they never knew existed within the park and around the area for tourism. So it was an upgrade that we've looked at and we'd like to invest, as well as our winter strategy exploration. We have our partnership with Frost. That is a great success, but there is more that we would like to do to make sure that we are a winter location for people within Regina and out. Our accessibility improvements, our safety improvements, and our wildlife management. We have to be responsible to those that are migrating and living here in the park. And for the PCC Community Use Capital under ecological envelopes, we've had our Willow Island upgrades. We are looking at sheep grazing coming back and making sure that we do responsible ways of invasive species control for those weeds, not just with pesticide, but greener opportunities for us. And we've got our outdoor spaces and promoting immersion with natural elements. So outdoor programming is very important for engaging the community. We'd like to continue that, make further investments to that, and always with a lens of bringing people into the nature in accessible ways, making sure it's more accessible than ever.
Ms. Monique, I have to just let you know that 10 minutes is up, so if you can just try to finish your presentation. Thank you.
I would be happy to. Thank you. Perhaps I will open it to questions just quickly after touching on our strategic vision and accomplishments. We're very proud of this as a team. Our team sat together and we spoke of this just recently, and we partner with the City of Regina. We are one of the most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, and sustainable communities. We've received United Nations recognition for our tree canopy. Those are things that we're proud of. We want to invest in further in our partnership. And promoting and preserving our history and culture is so important to us, whether it be our assets of our trees or of our assets at Government House and our importance of those museum assets as well. These are things that we take very seriously as a legacy partner. I will just show you that in the package, there are recent accomplishments. This was to celebrate what my team had done in the past. And I'd like to take the moment, I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to publicly thank the team that is in and around me for achieving all of these things and exceeding what we have set forth to do together. It has been incredible to be leading this team this past year. And as we can see, we have a lot more to do together. Master Plan 2023, our engagement plan, is to set to start in the new year. And that will be having dates publicly posted through our websites should people want to become invested and engaged as a participant in this process. The master plan for Wascana Centre for the Provincial Capital Commission will be something that we invest in. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present to you today. Thank you for your time. And Adawe and I will be happy to answer any of your questions you might have today.
Thank you so much. I do have a question from Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Monique. It's been a pleasure to work under your leadership and with your team on behalf of Council over the last year. I have a couple of questions. The first relates to an accomplishment. 2 years ago, the PCC received a negative auditor's report in a number of fronts. Last year, under your leadership, you got a clean auditor's report, which is a significant accomplishment. I'd like you particularly to address
what you've done in terms of transparency in light of the auditor's recommendations and in terms of public consultation policies in light of the auditor's recommendations?
And thank you very much through the chair to Councillor Hawkins for that question. For my colleague Adawi Aden, I will take this one and I will respond. I'm very proud to stand for the team here today to speak to our clear auditor's response. In the past year, there were 2 outstanding auditor recommendations that our teams, working in partnership with government relations, have been able to identify and invest in. So I am very happy to say that in December of this coming year, the provincial auditor will release their findings with their 5 recommendations that were released in June of 2019 as a review of our operations at the Provincial Capital Commission. In my seat, I am proud of the work that my team has done to address all 5 of those recommendations. We anticipate a very positive response from the provincial auditor, although that is not yet public. I do anticipate it to be a very positive, indeed, response from the provincial auditor, and that is something we're very proud of. A lot of work has gone into that, and a lot of work continues to. So on the highlights that you asked of, which was the transparency, we have increased our transparency through board summary documents that are available on the Provincial Capital Commission's website. We released our governance manual for the board of the Provincial Capital Commission publicly. We've made a commitment, just released on October 15th, there was a news release that made a commitment to our ongoing engagement plan for the master plan. And those dates will be, as I mentioned in my presentation, released publicly through our website. News releases and quarterly newsletters updating the public on our operations have been implemented. And our transparency is always available through the Government of Saskatchewan's websites as well, through our annual reports that are released annually, as well as our operations report, which is available if anyone would like to find it on the Provincial Capital Commission website, as well as the Government of Saskatchewan's.
Thank you very much, Monique. My second question, through you, Madam Chair, involves heritage. Heritage is important to this council. You made some allusion to it. Can you say a little more about the heritage aspects of the work of the Provincial Capital Commission?
Glad to. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hawkins' question. Regarding heritage, the Provincial Capital Commission's board has made an investment, and it is publicly posted on the website through the board summary document. I believe it was of June 2021, that a heritage advisory committee, subcommittee of the board, has been struck, which is led by the chair of the committee, a member of our board, represented by Bob Hawkins. That committee itself will be responsible for what is outlined in the board governance manual. Their mandate and their authorities and responsibilities are identified there if anyone would like to go and read exactly what the Provincial Capital Commission's Heritage Advisory Committee is responsible for. But they will be assisting with project review and advising on any special projects that of heritage concerns that the board identifies for them. And they may also work with our Architectural Advisory Committee on projects in and around Wascana Centre and any of the Provincial Capital Commission sites. The Heritage Advisory Committee can get involved. As well, there's a Monuments and Memorials Committee that is being struck and is currently being worked on by one of my managers, Andrew Craig, and my director, Ryan Whippler. So their work will be identified in the coming year, and it is already underway. I'm very proud of them for that and thank them for their work. And that Memorial and Monument Committee will look at our ongoing legacy responsibility to monuments already existing within Wascana Centre and at Government House, and the future state of any monument asks, or the responsibility of appropriate regulation around monuments and standards.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, one final question through you. Both residents in the city and this council have been concerned about the foundation hole left when the CNIB building was removed. Can you confirm that the PCC is actively looking into how that situation can be rectified?
So in the last board summary of June 2021, there was a discussion that the board was reviewing that project. What I can do, Councillor Hawkins, is I can bring this question back and respond appropriately through a memo if that is something that the councillor would feel is appropriate, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, if that is an appropriate line of response.
I'd appreciate that. I think that is appropriate, and I thank you for offering to do that. And again, I thank you for your leadership, which has been very strong at the Provincial Capital Commission.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillor Shaw on the line. Please ask your question.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity you've given me, Madam Chair. And through you, I see the $2,719,000 of the, now that's the same as 2021. Because I wasn't here in last year, could you kind of, I'm trying to figure out how you're able to keep that same budget as last year and do so much more work and so many more initiatives that you've started through the chair. Could you add to that, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to respond to that through my colleague, the Director of Finance and Corporate Services, Adawe Aden.
Please go ahead, Ed.
Thank you. So BCC is, like you said, submitting a status quo budget, and one of the major reasons why we wanted to submit a status quo budget was because we felt that there was a lot of financial pressure facing our funding partners because of COVID-19, and the coordination required to get all the funding partners on the same level. So BCC continues to look at its internal processes and identify opportunities for improvements, including creating some efficiencies. So at high level, we are looking at implementing developing risk metrics and accountability frameworks that standardize how we make decisions, and also centralizing some of our operating costs, such as training and development, some of the office expenses, and trying to find every opportunity to save some dollars so that we can address the pressure points.
Well, thank you for that. Very much. We really appreciate it.
Just a moment, Councillor Shaw. I think, did you want to also respond, Monique?
I would like to supplement just with what Adawe has said, and thank you very much to Mr. Aden for that response. But I would like to point out that we have committed to our 62.1 FTE count annually. That was a commitment that we made, and we are still projecting that. So when Adawe was mentioning any efficiencies, that is not in our staffing complement. We have been able to maintain our staffing through this time, and that is a focus as well of our organization.
You know what, that's really good to know, and thank you. I'm really excited about everything that's coming forward through you guys. Can we just talk briefly, when you mentioned the fruit trees that you guys have planted, and is there an increase in any of this? Can you kind of just give me a short little view of what's happening with that? I'm pretty excited about that. Anything to do with the gardening and the planting of trees and food and stuff like that makes me excited and happy. And just a quick little outline of what you're planning on doing for that. Thank you, through the chair.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to respond to that.
Yes, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, the fruit orchard which has been planted along Hillsdale, was a plan from our horticulture team and our forestry team here at the Provincial Capital Commission. They are invested in the long-term tree canopy and the diversity of that tree canopy. So part of their internal policies is looking at new types of species to be investing in here at Wascana Centre and throughout the city as well, working with our partners at the city to advise on any of those pieces that we're doing in our canopy for improvements. It was a great conversation with our managers and our directors about the question about food security as well within our communities that spurred on this initiative that is that of the Provincial Capital Commission's Forestry Group. And our horticulture teams are looking at what is considered indigenous species here in Saskatchewan as well, not just for the educational and medicinal purposes and our partnership with FNU that we're looking at programming in the future for, but also for the fact that it's a lower maintenance requirement for those types of species. So I'd be very happy to speak about trees and the planting and the beautification that happens here, but I'd like to use the word innovation when I speak of the fact that my teams are very much taking the initiative themselves to look at innovative ways of being more responsible to the land long term.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That's all I have. And thank you for all the hard work you guys have done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor, I have Councillor Zakidniak next. Please go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. In relation to sheep grazing, if you could provide a bit more information about that, I'm excited about that. As well as, I don't know if there's any additional details, big picture, about the green initiatives that were mentioned several times throughout the report. You've expanded today. So if there's anything else you'd like to share with that as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will begin the response, and if Adawe would like to respond as well, as he is overseeing the financial aspects of the upcoming project. So he has a great understanding of the detail for 2022-23. But the sheep grazing is something that had happened previously here at Wascana Centre in and around the marsh areas. Because the use of pesticide or on invasive species is not a positive response to that, especially with our responsibilities to a federally designated marsh. So our teams again looked at things like, in the past we've used purple loosestrife beetles by the advice of our ecological team here. This year they're looking at sheep grazing for other types of invasive species. Now, Adawe, if you'd like to respond as well to the question for from the councillor.
Could you please repeat the question, the second part of the question, if you don't mind?
So this is, I think, were you looking for additional information about the green initiatives? Okay, yeah. So just anything aside from what was mentioned in the report and what's been presented today. And if there's not, that's fine. Just curious if there's anything else to add through the chair.
I don't have any. Thank you.
If that's the case, Adawe, I'll just quickly touch on one thing. We had practiced this being in the same room, being able to caucus. Apologies, Madam Chair, but it is a positive piece. And Adawe, I know you have worked on this, so I want you to get credit for this. There are discussions of planning for bike lanes throughout the park and appropriate planning for that. As well as the tree canopy we mentioned earlier. So there are tree canopy plans that our group at Forestry is working on, and those types of documents are shared with the City of Regina.
Thank you. So another question I have is in relation to pesticide usage, what is the stance of PCC about pesticide usage on those lands?
Madam Chair, I can respond to that through you, through the chair, The response to that is that the Provincial Capital Commission takes our responsibility as the stewards of the land very seriously. We do have a pesticide group or a pest control unit, and I would like to take this question away and have a formal response that can be formulated to bring back to this group.
That sounds great. I appreciate that. And just finally, I just want to thank you for managing a status quo budget request while also continuing to invest in the community. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Bresciani next.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming today. I just, under the leadership, Monique, I would say that we've seen activation around the park and animated, and I want to thank you for that. On page 6, under the strategic vision and key accomplishment, the future opportunities include, and you've got moving forward, the PCC will focus on, and the key word is possibility. And you've got in there involve engaging Regina citizens. Can you elaborate on what that would look like and how that would happen through the chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
And Madam Chair, I just wanted to get confirmation. Is that page 6 of the PowerPoint presentation just provided?
No, sorry, in the report that we got. Yeah. So it would be, yeah, it's on page 6.
And your question, through you, Madam Chair, the question was in regards to engaging the citizens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the reference to it and making sure that I'm speaking of the appropriate levels of engagement we're talking about. So moving forward, the PCC will focus on possibilities. It continues to invest in long-term planning and the renewal of the master plan, which will involve engagement of Regina citizens on community use capital planning and the future of the Wascana Centre and Government House sites. So in response to that statement, that engagement plan will be publicly shared through our website, and those methods of engagement and communication, we will have participation of the public. We have a group that is looking at that here. One of our directors was assigned to this project, as well as working with government relations and our communications branch. Identifying appropriate methods for engagement and participation during COVID was a challenge, but our team has put forward a first draft of what that would look like. It's not prepared yet for public sharing with the public, but when it is, it will go up on the Provincial Capital Commission website so that people can become involved in our future planning for the master plan. And it did mention there on page 6 of our submission letter that that is in regards to our capital planning. So the things that you see for the investment spends, even our active communities, ecological envelopes, and outdoor educational facilities discussions. How would the public like those monies invested and utilized? And to that, the future of Wascana Centre and a Government House will be engaged upon as well.
Thank you for that. That is, I think that's vitally important. And as you've indicated, I think there is, and I know there is for sure public interest. People appreciate what I've heard is the activity around the park. They love to see all of these things happening. But so just to clarify, you said that there will be it'll be on the PCC website. But could it be shared also with the city and then with councillors? So because I don't always go to that website, I'll be very honest. So if it can be shared, I know Councillor Hawkins as well sits on there. But if it could be shared with even through a Facebook post, social media, I'm not sure, but that would be helpful to engage the residents, because I do think it's vitally important if that just can be a takeaway. That's all I have, and I do want to say thank you again for your leadership. It's been very, very, it's been excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I have Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Just to page 5 of the report provided in advance under active communities capital request. Number 1 on there is landscaping and beds along Hillsdale Pathway. I wonder if you could just draw the connection for me between what investing in the beds and landscaping has to do with increasing activity in our community. Thank you.
Monique, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the councillor. The Hillsdale Pathway was a new sidewalk. It was actually identified in the master plan as far back as the early 2000s master plans, but it hadn't been invested in yet. But through a partnership with the City of Regina earlier this year, and a great deal of thanks to the City of Regina for their investment there is a new pathway. So part of that pathway design is the landscaping in and around any of the sidewalks. So we agreed to do the land management. Landscaping bed along Hillsdale is not in reference only to gardens or things that are beautification. It's actually shoring up that area beyond the sidewalks so that we don't have those invasive species problems in the future, as well as that what we mentioned before, that Hillsdale Pathway has an orchard along it so that we can have educational opportunities to discuss food securities in our community as well. But for the active communities, the approach there was finishing up the project where a new sidewalk had been placed in where one had never existed before. That actually connects the park with 23rd Avenue rather than having to go through Arboretum and past Pine Island. It will take you all the way along Broad Street now.
Thank you. And just in the interest of full disclosure, I can tell you some part of that strikes me as maybe fitting more comfortably within operational funding. We can chat more. But my question is, if we were to implicitly deny this portion of the capital request, do you know how much that would reduce the budget for the active communities from 250,000 to how much would that knock off through the chair?
Monique?
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I will respond and then I'll ask Adawe Aden as our Director of Finance if he has any supplemental responses. But quickly to the response, the active communities funding is approved by the board through the surplus spend. So this is not an additional ask for the city. This is something that already exists within our surplus here at for the Provincial Capital Commission for investments in those pillars. So the board has approved that ask. So it wouldn't reduce the ask of what we're asking for from the City of Regina. However, if there was a request to know exactly how much that landscaping beds along Hillsdale Pathway and any of the residual landscaping requirements of that sidewalk being put in, I could ask my team for an appropriate response. Adawe, do you have anything further to add?
No, I just wanted to say that it's funded from this PCC surplus, just like you mentioned. And if we want to know the exact number, we are looking at around 20,000.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Moll.
Thank you very much, Monique and Adawe. Thank you for all the great work that you guys do there. I really want to point out that I love the fruit tree idea. Reminds me of the orchard I used to love going to visit at my in-laws' place. So I'm looking forward to this. Goodland apples are very good, so I don't know if you plant any of those there. The new Wascana Lake ice surface in December. Are you in fact going to be building that, and will there be a cost for using it?
Monique, is that for you?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to respond to that. And again, of course, always defer to my finance director. But to the overall response of whether or not we will be discussing the ice structure, I can confirm that the ice structure itself will be built this coming year in partnership with and being prepared for the Frost Festival, as I mentioned before. However, our winter strategies are extending past just that structure, and there will be a hub location of activity. But that announcement is coming very soon with further detail. I wouldn't want to go too far into the detail of what will be seen there at that location because that announcement is very much, we're looking forward to that as well, and providing further information through to the city in regards to what they might see as long-term investments here at Wascana Centre for winter strategies. And again, to Adawe, as the Director of Finance, do you have anything further you'd like to respond with?
You have it covered, Monique. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to that announcement, as I would love to be there on opening day. Thank you.
All right, I have Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good now. Thank you very much, and through the chair, I appreciate the budget, the status quo ask, especially in these times. I remember in previous variations of budget talks, there was assets and infrastructure upon your responsibility that were falling into a state deficit and needed larger amounts of investment. How is that growing, especially with the status quo budget? Have we been taking the edge off some of that? Could you report back on maybe some of the negative things happening within the park?
Monique?
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to respond to that question through you. There had been assets that were deteriorating. So one of those assets I can discuss is in the master plan, and that was a depot restructure, redevelopment. That's part of the operations of Wascana Centre, and I can state that we are actively reviewing those redevelopment requests to make sure that they will be responsible to the long-term operations of what's required at Wascana Centre. To Adawe, is there anything further that you'd like to respond to in regards to projects or the accommodations requirements that have allowed us to improve some of the infrastructures that may have been a pressure point previously?
Thank you. So the only thing I wanted to mention was that we are developing a long-term project planning, whereby we are looking at our strategic plan and we're trying to incorporate long-term project planning in our annual operational plan. So what this exercise will achieve is we will know what we want to bring forward in the coming years and how that aligns with our strategic plan. And including in those activities are like identifying areas that need urgent repairs, or like trying to come up with a ranking for the different infrastructure establishments we have in the park, and trying to bring forward projects that address the needs that as we identify them in the 5-year capital plan.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up, with the status quo budget and the extra expenses, is there any chance that we're growing the infrastructure deficit within the park, or are we still making headway at bringing it under control? And the many positive things you've brought to council today, I'm very appreciative. Please don't think that is negative, just realistic.
Who would like to take that? Monique again?
Yeah.
Or
I'll take that.
All right, go ahead.
So with the proposed 1.97 million capital investment, we are addressing the need for next year and the years to come, and for areas that we identified as a priority, and that aligns well with our with our strategic planning. So yes, we are addressing some of the deficit, and we are making sure that our master plan also is addressed as part of these capital asks.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I do not see any other questions. I do have one, and it's just regarding the calls that we've been hearing for designating the west lawn of the legislative grounds as either a cultural learning space or ceremonial space for Indigenous peoples. I'm wondering if you can address that, how the PCC is responding to those calls. if you could, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will respond to that question. And through yourself, in response to that question, the Provincial Capital Commission is responsible for long-term planning, and the Master Plan 2023 will have a discussion of land use, as well as bylaw implementation and the future state of Wascana Centre. So it's responsible for us to note today that as part of that, as mentioned in our report here today, the master plan would engage the public. And our engagement plan does have a discussion of engaging public for how they would like to see Wascana Centre and Government House utilized, and the land use responsibilities managed. So through to yourself, Madam Chair, and to the group that are here today, I would also like to take that question back and have a response formalized, and then bring that back to the board if that is in agreement.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much for that. So there are no more other questions. I'm going to thank you again for your time and your presentation, answering all the questions, and you may leave the meeting now. Thank you.
Have a good day.
We have one last delegation under this item before we go to administration to discuss this. So I'd like to call upon Tim Reed, Roberta Engel, representing the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. I'm not sure if David Sinclair is online, or he is? Okay, and also David Sinclair online. So please take your seats, and now I get to turn these mics on, I guess. So I'm going to ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you are from. You'll have 10 minutes to address the committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to questions that the committee may have for you. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm joining you remotely. My name is Dave Sinclair. I'm a volunteer board member and chair of the Audit and Finance Committee of REAL. And in your presence today are Tim Reed, President and CEO of REAL, and Roberta Engel, Vice President, Corporate Services of REAL. And we would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the 2022 budget for the Regina Exhibition Association. By way of background, our mandate is governed by our unanimous members agreement, which states that REAL, number one, operates in the best interest of the community and enriches the quality of life for people in the community through the hosting and delivery of local, regional, national, and international events. Number two, develops, operates, and maintains city and other facilities to provide world-class hospitality for trade, agribusiness, sporting, entertainment, and cultural events that bring innovation, enrichment, and prosperity to the community. And number three, operates with an entrepreneurial spirit and pursues expanded business ventures that could generate additional revenue. So the slide we have up covers our mission, which is to deliver exceptional experiences and foster meaningful memories that make our community a better place to live. Our vision is to be the heart of our city and our province, a place where people come to live, work, and play. And our corporate values are to be original, to be a host, to be inclusive, to be proud, to be resilient, to be smart, and to always own it. And in the past year, as you know, it's been dominated by the pandemic, which has obviously affected REAL's operations. And two primary ways in which we have dealt with this on behalf of the city are that we converted the International Trade Center into a testing, vaccination, and field hospital site for the Saskatchewan Health Authority. And number two, we held virtual events and unique socially distanced events, such as Iceville, that helped contribute to the city's economy and well-being. And now I'd like to turn things over to Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Dave. I want to talk a little bit about the historical financial operations of our organizations, because I think it's important. As many of you know, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've made considerable investments in the site at Everest Place. You've made considerable investments in those sites. The reality of it is some of those investments come with expanded cost structures as well as revenue opportunity. I share this to give you a sense of where we've gone over the journey pre-pandemic and then obviously the challenges of pandemic. I'm not sure that our industry is not one of the most significantly impacted by the challenges of COVID-19, and we likely still remain in that situation. Our cost structure of delivering events and gathering is quite different today than it has been in the past. And although we try to do so in a very safe manner, from a cleanliness standpoint, from a vaccination checking, and from a proof of negative test, all of that comes with additional costs, which changes the model of our industry considerably. Although we're quite positive that better days are on the horizon, we don't think those better days are coming quickly, and we don't necessarily believe that they won't impact us in the year to come and beyond that. From an organizational standpoint, we're a business that operates assets on your behalf, and we're a margin-based business. We as an organization, in a good year, generate somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million in profit from the operations of the assets that you afford us the opportunity to run. Obviously, as we've reinvested in our campus, as we've invested into site plannings and a new strategic plan, which has been endorsed by council, that's been an investment that our organization has made that impacts our margin percentage. I do want to draw the attention to the realities of what we have faced in 2020 and 2021. We are a margin-based business, and our grant funding from you is very important. In 2019, we had stepped down our grant by 50%. We had a plan to continue to do so until such time we were self-sustaining, which is why the concept around Real 2.0 was so important. We do believe that plan is still in existence. We believe it's a good one, and we have advanced it. But we don't want to minimize the fact that the impact of COVID-19 on our business has been exceptional. Although last year you provided us extended financing opportunities, I can confirm we have not touched those opportunities at this time, and we continue to live within our means. However, if we continue to face some of the challenges going into 2022, we'll simply exhaust the resources that we have, and we'll find ourselves in a place where we will have to leverage some of the financing you provided us. 2021, we were a business that lost $1.5 million that had traditionally always been profitable. In 2021, we came to you with the concept of losing $2.1 million that considered that we would not see operations in the summer of 2021. In this slide, we highlight a forecast that suggests we'll lose about $343,000 from operations this year. In many ways, we see that as a strong win. Although if you'd asked us 3 months ago, we probably thought we would be profitable, given the fact that the fall was looking very optimistic. Going to the last quarter of this year, we've seen concerts turn off. We've seen attendance struggle for some of our live sporting events. And I think all of that is a reality of the fourth wave that we're facing. So it's not as good as we were hoping it would be, but it's certainly not as bad as many in our industry. When we look to organizations like the CNE or the Calgary Stampede that lose $26 or $28 million in operations this year, I actually want to give credit to our board of directors and our team for doing what they could to manage that risk on your behalf. That being said, we are a margin-based business that likely won't drive a profit in 2021. What's important, I think, for you to recognize in the structure that we have as an organization is traditionally we earn the bulk of the revenue that we deliver of the $44 million. The grant funding that comes from you as the city or the grant funding that comes from partners is often quite small. In 2018, the gray section that you see in this, and 2019, represents the $400,000 of investment in 2018 from the city, as well as the $2.6 million grant from the province. 2019, we stepped that number down to $200,000 with the goal of eliminating it to zero. What I want to highlight is in 2020, the opportunity that our structure being at arm's length from you has provided. Because of the organizational framework that we have, we were able to access significant grant funding from partners outside of the city or outside of the province. That is money that was saved to the taxpayer. Money that is quite significant as we go through this discussion. And I want to highlight one of the eye-opening lessons that we learned through COVID is that our arm's length reality actually saved the taxpayer about $6 million over the course of the last 2 years. And so highlighting this, I think, is important because we were dependent on grant funding outside of what the municipality provided, probably to a greater degree than ever before. When we talk about what grant funding looks like and the impact on it, generally we earn revenues from ticket sales, from rentals, from operations. Different than some of the other entities that were here today, your funding represents less than 1% of all of our total revenue. Everything else we earn through sales and through growing our business. However, as you'll note in 2020 and 2021, that's very different. We had to rely on grant funding to support our business. As we talk about what the year looked like, our goal was to be relevant and to change our business. We did over 345,000 visits to the ITC, supporting our community in a different function, supporting vaccinations and COVID testings. The reality of it is our role was probably more important to the health and safety of our community in the past year than perhaps it's ever been in the past. We operated Iceville, which had limitations in terms of attendance, but it provided a recreational opportunity that had over 21,000 people register. Over 190,000 people tried to participate, and we're quite confident that when we flood that outdoor rink this year, we'll have many more people come join us. For those of you that are sports fans, you may have noticed that last week the Los Angeles Dodgers announced that they're going to flood their baseball stadium and provide an outdoor rink because they paid attention to a little old stadium in Regina, Saskatchewan. It does matter what we do with our facilities, and it reinforces the fact that it's not just a football stadium for a fantastic playoff-bound football team. It's a recreational asset in our community. We found a way to drive tourism to our community, hosting all the WHL teams at the Brandt Centre. 46 days, 84 games, 7 teams, almost 2,000 COVID tests, and not a single positive case. We found a way to advance Canada's Farm Show and the Queen City Exhibition. Canada's Farm Show had over 92,000 views to that trade show, 50,000 countries engaged. Yes, it wasn't what our traditional trade show is, but it found a way. Found a way to deliver the Queen City X with almost 275,000 visits to campus and not a single positive case of COVID-19. We additionally offered our very first kids camp associated with QCX that had 220 day campers come and join us. For some of you, you had the opportunity to join Trick or Treat, where we handed out 8,000 pieces of candy and sold out a physically distant opportunity in less than 2.5 minutes. Although we did these things, we also had the opportunity to bring back events. We hosted the Saskatchewan Rough Rider season, we hosted QCX. But in addition to that, we also had the opportunity to advance our development guidelines. McDonald's is open, $4.5 million in construction revenue, 50 new jobs and sales every day. We've confirmed the hotel lease, which is a $40 million investment into our campus that will support over 90 jobs. YQR Distillery is going forward, $10 million of capital investment, 60 jobs, as well as our first culinary partnership in the city, as well as a partnership in distilling and brewing. We have 2 other restaurants that are looking to break ground for next spring that will come your way. And so the plan that we had around commercial development is advancing. So it was a different year, but it was certainly a very good year at the same time. I'm going to hand it over to Roberta.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Madam Chair. When looking at the 2022 budget, we wanted to be a little bit assertive, hoping that 2019 would be a very reflective year of what 2022 looks like, but we also need to be realistic with that. Where possible, we did apply our 4% revenue growth that the board set for us in Real 2.0, as well as we have been very aware of our expenses and the risks that are around that, and therefore we want to manage within a 3% increase. Look, and then also too, we just know that public health requirements will continue and that we need to manage those expenses and how we let people into our buildings, as well as the fact that trades and conferences, sport and rec, were coming back. Trade shows and conferences, just with Rock and Gem Show this past weekend, and Our Best to You being here. They're excited to be back and they want to be here. Brandt Centre is looking exceptional for 2022, with 5 concert announcements by the June and a total of 12 through to July, and very positive holds for the remainder of the year. And on that note, I'll just turn it over to David Sinclair to talk about our risks and opportunities.
Thanks, Roberta. For the benefit of council, the board and the Audit and Finance Committee are very actively engaged in the financial matters of the organization. And so we just wanted to highlight some of the risks and opportunities that we see going forward in the coming years. So the risks currently are inflation and rising costs and disruptions with the supply chain. And certainly our labor market, we haven't been able to retain all of our staff that we lost during COVID. And we have a collective bargaining agreement that expires in the coming year, and there are certainly many unknowns around COVID. On the other hand, in terms of opportunities, last year was the first year of Iceville. We found it was a very successful event, and we are going to continue that this year in a much bigger way. It will tie into Frost, and the activities at Real as part of Frost are going to be truly amazing. The Brandt Centre events, as Roberta's alluded to, the entertainment industry is very excited to be back online, and there's going to be a lot of events announced in the next little while. Canada's Farm Show, the virtual event was very successful this year, so the plan is to build on that. QCX, it was a welcome respite, and people were very excited to get back on the property to celebrate QCX, and we expect big things again in the coming year. Obviously, the Grey Cup is slated to be held in Regina next year. And site development, as Tim has alluded to, there are a couple more restaurants that have expressed interest in opening on the property, and there's just very exciting opportunities around that.
I'm just going to mention that, it's about 2 minutes past the 10-minute mark. So if there's the key information that you still need to deliver to us, if you could finish with that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you want to just take this, Tim, or?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. So I was just about to say, in light of time, I know that we were running over. Really, at the end of the day, our budget for 2022 is relatively flat to 2019. Some of you may ask, how can you do that? We know there's inflation. We know there's rising prices and costs. But what we have done is we've done a restructuring over at our organization, which has allowed us to save some money from a salary perspective, which is setting up our organization to be better prepared for the coming years in 2022. And so therefore, we've reallocated some of our expenses towards generating that revenue that's extremely important to our overall organization. We've also, in our budget, I do want to highlight, we have a $500,000 COVID contingency. We're not sure what COVID will bring for us in 2022. I think, if anything, we know that COVID is not predictable, and therefore we decided we better bring in some sort of level of contingency. And as a result, including the $400,000 community grant funding ask that we're requesting from the city at this time, we're estimating that, or budgeting an EBITDA of $200,000, which is relatively flat to 2019.
So in closing, I think this is what it means relative to the grant funding is we have a commitment going forward that we do want to step our grant funding down to zero. We're going to need to recognize the revenue from commercial development, which was slowed in terms of constructability in this year, but we do believe it will recover. So our ask is to return to 2019 levels of $400,000 in grant funding, which represents less than 1% of our total revenue generated from operations. And to be honest, I think in terms of value of investment, when we look at other funding partners, it's good value for the tax base. I may turn it over to Dave to close, but our commitment is essentially by 2025 to not come back and ask for any more money.
Thank you, Tim. In summary, just that we wanted to reiterate the fact that COVID's had a major impact on Real, will continue to impact our performance until restrictions are fully lifted and the public feels safe and wants to attend events again. That being said, major events and major concerts continue to deliver meaningful financial, reputational community benefits for Real, and we're hoping that 2022 will be the year for full recovery. And if you could just go to the next slide, that would be great. And if we get past the squirrel. Real's budget is bold but realistic, and so our ask in closing is that City Council approve our 2022 budget proposal and our request for $400,000 in community grant funding, which we, as Tim has said, commit to proactively reducing by 50% in the following years. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I love the squirrel. So first up, we have a question from Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the work that Real and the staff have done, especially in this COVID time. I just want to highlight that. So, we've seen that this facility was used throughout the year, if it be for COVID or for, icefill to adapt. And actually has done quite well considering where we are. The question I have is, with the value of this, the ask of $400,000, where do you see that this $400,000 is geared to? Because from the public, they may say, well, they're doing well, they're able to, make it. They've got lots of things going on. Where is that need for the $400,000 through the chair?
Absolutely, and thank you for that. And I think probably what I would draw folks' attentions to is the income statement over the last number of years. In 2019, we did about $44.5 million of revenue on the top line. Abruptly in 2020, as our business shut down, that went down to 15, and in 2021, we've been able to increase that to 26 million. I think all of this goes towards our COVID contingency. Every time we think that we have a handle on what will happen, we seem to see the rules change quite quickly. And I'll draw people's attention back to July 11th. We went to a Riders football game with no masks, no vaccination passports, no vaccinations ID, and it was like back to normal. Per caps were $26 a person, and frankly, we had a sold-out show. Fast forward a few days later or a few weeks later, and it's a very different ballgame. And so I think this goes directly to supporting the COVID contingency. Obviously, at the end of the day, any revenue that we earn or any profit that we earn goes back into the business, into your assets anyways. And I think ultimately this is to support the COVID contingency for just what we don't know, through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's awesome. That's great. There is, and I just want to know the impact of the casino grant that will expire, is due to expire in 2027. Can you just, that's 2.6 million. What is the impact there, or what are next steps through the chair? Mr. Reid?
Yeah, through the chair, and I think it's really important that council understands this, and thank you for the question. Every year we have the opportunity to come before you as council, we highlight this casino grant, and I think this is an opportunity to do so again. The casino grant was a 30-year grant provided by the province of Saskatchewan. They took our casino and they wrote us a check for $2.6 million for 30 years. Well, the reality of it is that casino is now worth $50 million in EBITDA a year to the province, and we still get our 2.6. Now, it seemed like a great deal probably 30 years ago, and it may have been, but I'm not sure that we have a direction on what happens to this grant in the future. And so we've been working closely with the province to understand where it will go and what options exist for real. But I think it's important for you to note as council that that's a pure profit initiative. It goes directly to the bottom line and allows us to be sustainable. So with the loss of that grant, if you take it out of any of the years of operations, we end up a not-for-profit that is not profitable very quickly. So today and historically, we generate positive cash flow from operations, but that's because of 2.6 million. And so I think for us as council, for us as an organization, for you as council, we just need to be aware of that risk on the horizon. I'm quite confident that we'll continue to mitigate that risk with the development of the commercial side of our business. But if we could augment the commercial development as well as retain that grant, I think that would be the best place for us as your organization, but more importantly, likely for you and the taxpayers as well.
Thank you. That's very important. I think the last question I have is just around Evraz and Real has become a real community hub in this last, I would say, year. Most people, whenever some have accessed it because of COVID, gone through the lines there, and I have to say an amazing job done by that. That was, again, I mean, obviously financially helped Real as well for that as well. But the community aspect, can you just elaborate a little bit of, most people would say, well, it's just tax dollars being there, and you have to, every time you go there, it's just, you have to pay. We've seen in this last year to 2 years a difference in that campus, where we've seen events that are happening there that have been free or have brought the community together. Can you just elaborate on that as well, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, through the chair, there's a remarkable statistic in our industry that says 50% of all taxpayers never get to use the buildings that they paid for. I think that's a pretty striking number. 50% of all taxpayers never get to use the buildings that they pay for. And I think we have that conversation often when we come to council chambers about the value of the investment in Mosaic Stadium or the Cooperator Centre or the ITC. I think one of the challenges that our board of directors have given us is on twofold. We measure, based on our KPIs, which were endorsed by council, we measure utilization of all of our assets, year-over-year performance. We also measure attendance to our campus. Traditionally, in a good year, we would see 3.7 to 3.9 million visits to our campus. And many of those aren't paid visits. And we challenge ourselves to do things like the Toronto Raptors game, to do things like the advancement that we had around Iceville, trick-or-treating, that are free initiatives to the community. I think what we've recognized as an organization is we are a taxpayer-funded organization. Whether it's us asking for $400,000 right now or you funding the operating model on the stadium, these are assets that are no different than aquatic centers or hockey rinks in the other parts of town. And I think our goal is to operate them at the highest degree of cost recovery as we possibly can. Our model as an organization is if we can drive a profit off Garth Brooks and put that into maintaining the price of an hour of ice hockey, that's good for recreation in our community. And so we appreciate the recognition in it. But I think what we would offer back to you as council is these are recreational and community assets. And the more creative that we are with them, the better the utilization, and I think the better the value proposition for the taxpayers. They're expensive buildings. And as you talk about any recreational amenities, Chris and I often joke at the fact that everything seems to be $100 million now. And that's just the number when you talk about capital. And so I think any creativity that council has or how we can grow that, we'd be supportive of it. But we've seen that with events such as Iceville. We've seen that with free fireworks, Brett Kissel concerts for drive-in, and affordability is very important to us.
Thank you for that. The creative ideas that have come out to get us through COVID, I think we've seen that. And I've witnessed that with Iceville, but also the Frost Festival and other things that council have asked Real to do outside kind of the realm. So I really, really appreciate the work, and the 1% is absolutely worth it. So leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oops, there we go. I have Councillor Moll next.
All right. I just want to say I love the squirrel. I was finishing the report yesterday at home, and I had to show my two sons. They thought it was pretty funny. Good job bringing concerts back to the Brand Center. My friends and I are pretty pumped up. We're going to attend one of them. Okay. I was also really happy to read the Real report within our Appendix A, where you stated that August was the busiest month ever. You also mentioned the highest ever food and beverage per cap since the stadium opened. I have a few-fold question here. Can you explain this to me? Does Real receive the profits from all food and beverage sales at the stadium?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. Thank you for acknowledging that. August was a busy month. We don't traditionally host the number of CFL games as well as the QCX that we did, let alone an 8-day Queen City exhibition. And so it was a bit of an abnormal year, just in the fact that Eastern Canada wasn't prepared to receive events, and Western Canada was. The arrangement with the stadium is a revenue sharing model that exists between ourselves and the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It differs between what the premium side would receive versus the non-premium. And so we receive a share of that is a relatively small percentage, but we deliver all food and beverage services in the stadium. So we serve it, we manage it, or we manage our third-party contractors that support it. We receive a percentage of that. So when per caps are up, and just for clarity, a per cap is essentially the amount of food and beverage you sell divided by the amount of people that scan through the building. Per caps are up, that is good for us. But the bulk of that goes towards the Saskatchewan Roughriders when we talk about Saskatchewan Roughriders games. However, when we provide additional programming, such as the Heritage Classic or Garth Brooks or concerts that may come next year, we retain 100% of that revenue. So just as it relates to Saskatchewan Roughriders, it's a revenue share model. But in other events that we promote in the stadium on your behalf, that would be 100% of the earnings would come back to you.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much. So you must be happy there's a playoff game company. I'm very happy. I'm looking forward to attending it, and I'm happy to see that we'll get some more profit out of that. In your first chart here, it says there's $0 budgeted for stadium ops and maintenance. Another year, 2020, it says there's $485,000. Just curious, what's the difference?
I'm just trying to clarify. Just want to make sure I'm on the same chart as you through the chair.
It's the first chart, I think 5-6 pages in.
Yep.
Stadium ops and maintenance. 2020 shows 485,000. 2022 shows 0.
Absolutely. We'll hand this one to Ms. Engel and she can provide some comments.
Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So the reason why we budget the stadium O&M at $0 is that it's truly based on a cost recovery position. So the city pays us $3.6 million, and all of that $3.6 million does go into maintaining and delivering on rider events and community events. So typically we would budget $0 impact or bottom line impact. In 2020, we were closed, right? So there was a level of amount or expenditures that weren't incurred in that year, and so it just contributed and put into the overall funding and supporting of all city assets during the time of COVID.
Okay.
So typically there would be no profit margin at the stadium.
So just for clarity for that, Madam Chair, it really is, it's kind of like an expense submission. We service the stadium, we provide staffing, we submit our expenses to the city. They validate and approve and sign off on it. And because in 2020 the stadium wasn't operational, that's why you see the 485 there.
Okay. Excellent. Through the chair, thank you very much.
Councillor Zakitniak is online. Could you please ask your question?
Yep, thank you. Excuse me.
So I just wanted some clarity. I'm hearing some feedback. I don't know what to do about that. I'm just going to turn my volume down, see if that helps. So there's also included in this request is the $700,000 conditional grant related to assisting Real in making principal and interest payments. I just wanted some clarity about that. Is that part of what we had already approved? Is that something extra? I just found that there was that wording within our administration report, and I didn't see a lot more details about that. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what that was about.
Who wants to take that question?
Yeah, I can certainly start
Sure.
with that, Madam
Go
Chair. Through the chair, and thank you for the question. When we were managing cash flow challenges around COVID-19, we came to council asking for the request to extend our funding opportunities. That was endorsed by council and endorsed by administration on the position of if it was needed, we would draw upon those funds, and if it was not, then we would not. And so I believe in the report, and I'll look for administration support. That is conditional upon the use of those funds. At this point, we have not drawn into any of those facilities. So we're not directly asking for that. I think it is a contingency based on the impacts of COVID-19. So that is relative to a previous approval of council. And at this point, we have not asked for any of those $700,000, or nor have we drawn into the additional facilities.
Councillor Zakipniak, do you have another question?
Okay, so what I heard from you is that's not a new request. That's the previous request that council already approved. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I see no other questions. So, oh, sorry, that's new. Councillor Findura, go ahead.
A lot of questions were asked and things are clear. A question you talked about the grounds being an employment area. We've always talked about that, and most importantly within the area of the Riel grounds, employing a lot of the people out of the neighborhoods. What's the staff? Don't have to give me numbers, but that is still a large piece of the operation at the Riel.
Mr. Reid?
It is, and through the chair. So in 2019, we would generally employ around 300 FTEs on full-time roles. We would have an additional 1,300 part-time employees that service our organization. A lot of our staff are very part-time because they're concession workers, and so they may work a couple days a month, but it's great secondary employment, or frankly, for some, it's great primary employment. What I will say is we reduced with purpose our corporate structure by about $800,000 permanently. And so when you look at the labor costs in the budget year over year, we intend to advance with about an $800,000 reduction. That's more out of scope staff than it would be in scope. It's just a new restructuring that we went through to find a better, frankly, sustainability. That being said, we are challenged greatly with staffing. I think in our industries, I would say I've never experienced this in my career. I would much rather deal with staffing in this industry in the Fort McMurray boom days than I would right now. It is deeply challenging in the hospitality sector. I think many people that were in our industry, we laid off 82% of our workforce on temporary unemployment. Not a great thing to do as a person or as an employer, but it was a realistic outcome that we needed to manage. Many of those people have sought employment in other places. They needed a paycheck, and they found jobs in other sectors. So I think the hospitality and the event sector is struggling through the chair. Currently, we would sit at about 219 full-time equivalent, and so we haven't been able to return everybody, so we're significantly down. We tend to offset that with part-time, but our part-time base would be about 600 employees right now, although we're actively recruiting everywhere we can. And it means that we tend to lean in more often on third-party contractors than we ever have. And so if you come to an event at our grounds, you'll see that there are security contractors, you'll see that there are safety contractors, parking contractors. It's not the way that we would like to operate our business, but through the chair, we have not seen our entire workforce return to work, and recruitment is deeply challenging right now. So we're at about 70% of where we would normally be, and certainly working hard to be able to get back to 2019 levels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Reid. So it is important to recognize we're talking about maybe the residents or the taxpayers might not understand fully of what takes place at the ground. So it's important to recognize the importance of what the real grounds stand for. But my next question to you would be, don't have to answer it, I'm going to ask it, is the way administration and council have opened the door to allowing the grounds to actually function properly. Would that be, this is kind of going forward, the vision is allowing you to come to council with a zero ask in the next couple of years. Would that be, would you answer that?
Yeah, I will, and perhaps I'll just, I want to draw your attention to one more labor-related comment, because I actually think it's important for you as council to recognize, and then I'll answer that if that's reasonable, Madam Chair. If you look at our income statement over the multiple number of years from 2016 and beyond, we quite often spend over $2 million on contracted labor. So the folks that were in cleaning the seats prior to the last Snowy Riders game that we had were actually community groups from North Central. It was actually the Optimist clubs that provide food and beverage service. If you look at the impact of from 2019 to 2020, those are all charitable not-for-profit groups that we write a cash check to so that they can support their operations. And so to your comment on employment, not only are we a strong employer in North Central, we're also a strong supporter of not-for-profit agencies that do great things in our city. We spent $2.3 million in 2019 on those agencies. In 2020, we spent $270,000. So there is a secondary impact to us not doing what we do, is we don't have the ability to write checks for not-for-profits for doing work. And we are optimistic that this will return in 2021. But to your comment, not only are we a large employer, not only does every new building that we open up on our campus provide new jobs and new employment, but I do want to highlight, we write considerable number of checks to not-for-profit groups for cleaning up the stadium after a game, for helping us at the Brand Center, for helping us in the parking lots. And those are significant investments that go a long way into the social framework of our community. To your question about our ability to advance, we will be bringing forward our final site plan to you, I believe in January of this year, consistent with the new 40-year lease opportunity that we have. But that decision by council to go from 3-year terms to a 40-year term has put us in a position where 80% of the commercial space that we have available is either leased or has a letter of intent on it today. And so I think we're in a very favorable position on lands that frankly generated no earnings for anybody. And I often comment on the fact that when the McDonald's opens, it generates construction jobs, generates commercial property tax, generates income tax, and it generates employment where people can spend. Now add that to a hotel, a few more restaurants, a movie theater, and whatever else happens to go there. And I think we've taken lands that have sat empty for decades, and we've turned them into valuable commodities for the city. I can't minimize the importance of the decision by council to afford us a 40-year term, because in the eye of investors, that provided support and sustainability so that they can make financing decisions. So yeah, we've used unused space and turned it into something that I think is beneficial for us, beneficial for you, and frankly great for the local community.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Madam Chair, final question. It might be a comment in that question. Riel is one of the many few hubs in our city that is an economic driver. Residents of Regina need to see that when it comes to this ask of 400 and ask of 700, what that means. Would you agree that being known as one of the few hubs makes as a city in its growth realize that future? Reid.
Yeah, through the chair, I may comment with a very recent example, I think, of the impact that we have as an activated site. You know, most people probably didn't realize that we had 75,000 people visit our campus this weekend. That's a massive number of visits. We had a 55-team hockey tournament at the Cooperator Center that filled hotels and restaurants. And as a dad that takes his 10-year-old to hockey, you know, it's not incredible hockey, but it's great tourism revenue for a community when we go to those communities. And so the reality of it is 55 teams playing in a tournament at the Cooperator Center fills hotels, it fills restaurants, and it fills shopping centers. In addition to that, we had a Riders game, and through the chair, to the comment of Councillor Moll, you know, a playoff game is worth tens of millions of dollars in economic impact for our community. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to us as your operator of the facility. And so when we look at our ability to operate, it was probably not an incredibly profitable weekend for us as the Exhibition Association. But I can say when you bring 75,000 people to a 100-acre site, that's very good for our community. In a traditional year, we as an organization would generate about $460 million in GDP for our province. About 260 of that is local. And so even though we're only selling ice for $350, when we fill with 55 hockey teams that come from away, that is great tourism revenue. So to your comment, I think our job is actually to provide economic opportunity and do so in the most responsible and cost-effective way. You know, Dave Sinclair said off the top, part of our goal was to be entrepreneurial. I think we have the ability to do that, and I think we do. But every time we fill a building, every time we host an agribition, that's economic generation for our community that is significant.
Thank you very much. To Madam Chair, comment. Thank you for loving Regina.
Thank you.
And your staff. And it's very encouraging coming out of going anywhere. It's importance of that as who we are. So appreciate that. Thank you for answering.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, there's no more questions. I thank you very much for your presentation today and answering questions. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we'll now consider item EX 21-76, 2022 budget submission from Service Partners. Can I ask Mr. Barry Lacey from the administration to introduce the report? And I have got to turn on your mic. There we go.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. My comments are short. It's we have always traditionally, as a city, have our service partners appear before Executive Committee prior to budget deliberation by Council to share their budgets for the upcoming year, in particular any requests they have the city for funding either from an operational or capital perspective. And the report is recommending that those submissions be referred to Council budget deliberations for final decision, which are scheduled December 15th through to the 17th.
Right. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Brasciani. And any questions from members on the report? Do you have any questions? 30. Oops, sorry I turned you on and off.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, through you, just wondering, so then does that mean then they will have to reappear? We've already heard them once. We know the ask. Just need procedurally, what does that look like? Through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, so historically they have not come again at the budget deliberations. The opportunity typically has been for Exec Committee members to ask their questions in the forum that we've had here today. And administration then will make recommendations to Council as part of the budget with respect to administration's recommendations with respect to the request or requests of funding that put forward to you here today. And at that point in time, I think there's an opportunity for Council then to ask questions with respect to what administration is proposing vis-a-vis the requests that were made here today.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. I was hoping they do not have to return because we've heard. I guess just a comment if I can. I think that we've heard the partners today that have shown the work that they do, and I think it's so important. And I don't know how we get that story out, but I always feel so grateful that we are here in the chambers and hear the day-to-day and the things that we hear from EDR, we hear from REAL, even the partnership with the Provincial Capital Commission. These are all so many. It's kind of a partnerships with these organizations that bring our city to life and look after the day-to-day and tell our story. So I appreciate the work from all of these groups, and I look forward to the discussions coming at budget. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I strongly support the recommendation. Mr. Reid is the best salesman on the continent, so I'm going to steal one of his words, and the word's creative. And creative is a word that applies to every one of the organizations that we were privileged to hear today and to partner with. EDR, an ag tech generator. EDR, ag and food sector hub that is not only world-class, but leads in the world 4 times increased production for 2030. PCC, active communities. I'm always surprised at PCC at the number of new ideas they have. Hillsdale Park Pathway, an orchard. These are great ideas. Who would have thought them? Creative ideas. And Riel, flexible throughout COVID. I would never have guessed 2 years ago that I would go down to Riel and get a needle that's protecting me from the world's worst pandemic. And I'm grateful for that. Iceville activated our community in the deepest part of winter. These organizations are involved in the Frost Regina Festival. All of this stuff is creative. They've asked us for money today. They've told us that they've got plans to stop having to ask us realistic plans when the pandemic's over. We've got a real bargain here in these 3 partners, and I'm anxious to support their request. I thank them for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. No more speakers, none online. Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close the report? No. Okay. All right. So I'll have the clerk start the vote on this item.
Deputy Mayor, the motion has carried by a vote of 10-0. All members are voting in favor with the exception of Councillor Stevens, who is absent from the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It is just moments before 11:15, our mandatory break. I am going to suggest that we take our 15-minute break now. And when we come back, we have quite a few items. I would like to remind everybody, we've got a number of items and a number of delegations still. It is, we're 2 hours and a quarter into our meeting. We have a hard stop at 1:30 because there is the Operations Community Services Committee meeting at 2 p.m. So let's take our 15-minute break. See you at 11:27. I'd like to recognize Councillor LeBlanc as being, no, Councillor Moll is also sitting down. Okay. All right. This is what we are proposing to do. We're going to work, it's 11:30, we're going to work straight through to 1:30 and deal first. The next item is EX 2177. We've got some delegations on that item. Then we're going to go to EX 2179, Intensification Levy Referral Report. And if we have time, we'll go to EX 2178, Daycare Tax Exemptions.
Uh, 2177, I have a conflict. My son works for the John Howard Society, so I have to...
Okay, so you're going to excuse it. Yes, okay. Thank you. I hope you have some reading. All right. We're ready? Yep. So, first delegation, is he online? All right. So I would like to call upon Delegation John Hampton, representing the Mackenzie Art Gallery. Mr. Hampton, are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry, just running back to my office.
I'm going to ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you're from. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm John Hampton, the Executive Director and CEO of the Mackenzie Art Gallery. And on behalf of the gallery, I'd like to first thank Council for the thought they've given into this community nonprofit tax exemption policy. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this presentation this morning. And I'm also grateful for the ongoing support that Council has provided to the Mackenzie over the past 30 years. As you know, the Mackenzie is a foundational pillar of our community, a world-class art museum in our own backyard, and we serve an average of over 100,000 visitors to our programs each year, and have provided generations of children the only opportunity to experience over 5,000 years of world art at home here in Saskatchewan. So I'm making this presentation in the spirit of that, our organization, in order to build community, serve the public, and make Regina a better place to live. So we believe that the intent of the policy, which is to provide transparency and fairness, is important, and we support the initiative to create a process that reflects this. It's also meant to encourage organizations to diversify their funds and reduce their long-term reliance on government grants. But unfortunately, we also believe that the way the policy is currently written doesn't fully achieve these goals, where we are further concerned that following a constructive consultation process with cultural organizations at the origin of this policy, none of the main findings from that consultation were incorporated, and we're seeing some of the results of that now. So this policy's unpredictability causes financial and administrative instability for charitable organizations in Regina, including the Mackenzie. The policy, as you know, passed by a thin margin in December 2018, requiring the tie-breaking vote from our former Mayor Fugere. And in the 3 years since, the policy has worked against its own aims by adding additional administrative overhead to Regina's charitable organizations, as well as to the City of Regina with the annual application process. So we begin our application process in April, and then we conclude our budgetary adjustments in February, so meaning that we're perpetually in a tax abatement review, and are unaware if we will have a surprise $200,000 bill added to our budget, which is announced to us after we complete our annual budgeting process. So while we have seen relative stability across the board to organizations that apply for this process, it's also still largely dependent on individuals who change from year over year. So the Mackenzie supports the current amendment being proposed. We think that indexing the cap to the mill rate increases is a strong improvement, but that exclusion of that indexing is only one of the elements that we think needs to be addressed in this policy. So we're respectfully encouraging that the upcoming CNP-TEP review be a fulsome review of the policy through the lens of efficient use of taxpayer dollars and the effective delivery of the services as outlined in the city's strategic plan. So it'd be our recommendation that an eligibility-focused program would be an improvement over the annual application process, so that it can provide the clarity, predictability, and stability that helps nonprofit and charitable organizations thrive rather than redirecting resources towards increased administrative overhead. And one possibility for that is that we would request a reconsideration of the proposal suggested in the 2018 stakeholder review, which was to remove community grant recipients in arts and culture from the policy, so that we can So since those organizations have already been vetted for alignment with the city's cultural plan and are intended to act as community partners for the activation of the city's aims. So on behalf of the city's cultural organizations, we do want to play a leading role in building community in Regina and want to ensure this policy helps achieve its intended results to make sure Regina is an amazing place to live and work. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Are there any questions of the delegation? Checking online as well. There's none. There are no questions. I thank you very much for taking the time, and you may leave the meeting, but you can still listen in to our discussion if you wish.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Miigwech. Okay, so now I would like to call upon Delegation Sandy Baumgartner, representing the Saskatchewan Science Centre. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you are from. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have you. Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Is
Hello?
this Ms. Baumgartner?
Yes.
Okay. Please, did you hear my introduction?
I did not.
Okay, sorry. You have 5 minutes. I'm asking you to introduce yourself for the record, what organization you're representing, and the committee may have questions for you after your 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnik and committee members. I'm Sandy Baumgartner, and I'm the CEO of the Saskatchewan Science Centre, and I just want to thank this committee and council for the opportunity to present to you the Saskatchewan Science Centre's recommendations for this policy. I echo much of what John Hampton from the McKinsey said previous to my opportunity, so I won't I'll try not to repeat too much of what he said because I certainly support everything that he did say. The Saskatchewan Science Centre has been in existence for more than 30 years in this community, and as one of the leading cultural attractions, much like the McKinsey, we've been contributing significantly to the cultural vibrancy and the tourism viability of this community. Prior to COVID, we were welcoming more than 200,000 visitors to our facility every year, and 35% of those visitors were often from outside of the city, outside of the province, and often outside of the country. So our contribution in the community is significant and has been long-standing. In 2019, our operating budget was $3.4 million, and unfortunately, due to COVID, we shut our doors on March the 13th of 2020 and immediately felt a impact of a loss of 70% of our revenue. Much like other organizations in this community, we rely on earned revenue for our operations, so COVID has had a significant impact on our operations. We continue to be innovative and creative in the programming that we're offering. It's unfortunate that Councillor Hawkins had to leave the meeting because I would love to be able to share with him some of the creative, innovative things that we were able to pivot to, particularly with online learning for students and community members that we were providing at free of charge. I do support the policy that's put forward in terms of the tax exemption. I do have one recommendation specifically to this. I support administration's recommendation for granting tax exemption. Obviously, I think that's very significant for our organization. However, I was taken by surprise to see the submission that has now reduced the eligibility of our property to just over 96% of the tax exemption. I was notified of this on Monday, and it came quite as a surprise. And so I would encourage this committee to revert the Science Centre back to 100% eligibility for the 2022 exemption. My next recommendation is really about the review for the policy moving forward into next year, and wanting the committee to take into consideration the values that cultural attractions play in our community. Organizations like the Science Centre and the Mackenzie, we contribute significantly to the economic vitality of this community, much like the presenters that you had on your first item of your agenda today. We are part of the tourism community. When councillors come to us and looking for us to contribute and support things like Winterfest, we stand up and we absolutely will be part of those types of things. When the tourism community was looking for support around developing recovery strategies, we stood up and we were participating in that. When Conventions Regina and RHA and Tourism Regina are looking to attract conventions and events, we participate in those opportunities to bring visitors to our community. We're a community partner, and I think that this program should reflect the nature of the community relationships that we do play in this community. To sum up, what I would like to encourage this committee to consider in this policy, again, is to exempt 100% of the Saskatchewan Science Centre's facility in this exemption, as well as to review the values and the community contributions of organizations like the Science Centre and the Mackenzie when you do this review for the upcoming review of the policy. Thank you for your time, and I would certainly be welcome any questions from any of the committee members. And certainly, we don't have the opportunity to present to you on a regular basis some of the activities that we do have, but I do encourage all councillors to reach out and come and visit the Science Centre, and I would be happy to share with you some of the innovative things that we are working on now and into the future for the benefit of all of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baumgartner. Are there any questions of the delegation? Nothing online? There are no questions. I thank you very much for your time, and I ask that if you leave the meeting, but you can stay online and listen if you wish.
Thank you very much.
Listen to the meeting offline. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Our next delegation is Mary Ann McGrath, representing the Regina Early Learning Centre. Is she online?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am. I'm on.
Okay, great. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you are from. And you have 5 minutes to address the committee. And after that time, you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mary Ann McGrath, and I'm the executive director of the Regina Early Learning Centre, which has been an organization serving the city of Regina since 1977. We have applied for property tax exemption on our main building at 2115 Athol Street, which houses a preschool program for 96 low-income children, much like pre-kindergarten, but we actually also offer transportation. We have, and the second property is at 3079 Fifth Avenue, a building we bought just a year ago that is a new home of the Regina Early Years Family Resource Center. And so we offer a unique range of programs to support families with young children. We just achieved partnership status with the city of Regina last year, sort of in recognition of the programs we offer. I think that our choice to relocate the family center in North Central Regina was made out of a recognition that while that program is designed to serve, families from throughout the city, that people from North Central Regina have less ease of accessing programs outside of North Central, and there's a huge number of families with young children living in that community that need early childhood development and parenting support. And we want to be part of that solution of making sure that our children thrive in this city. We know that the first years of life are really critical in the child's development and their ability to access education and be successful in school and to become contributing members of our community. So I think that any funds that we do not have to pay in taxes will go directly into programming. And so I think that there's a very direct, immediate impact from us receiving tax exemption. So I guess that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the delegation? Anyone online? There are no questions, but thank you so much for presenting today and talking about the Early Learning Center. You may leave the meeting now. And
okay, thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
Bye. Okay.
Our last delegation has not called in, so we're going to move to the report now. So we'll now consider item EX 21-77, community nonprofit tax exemptions for 2022. May I ask Barry Lacey to introduce the report, please?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So by way of background, Council approved the community nonprofit tax exemption policy in December of 2018. And this is the third year that the applications have been received from nonprofit organizations and assessed under that policy. Prior to the adoption of the policy, administration made recommendations to Council for property tax exemptions for nonprofit organizations as requests were received based on individual circumstances and past practices. So it was more on an ad hoc basis throughout the year. The policy provides more structure around that process. The purpose of the policy is to set the parameters for the City of Regina to consider applications for exemptions, provide fair, consistent treatment for all applicants, and support organizations in financial need that further Council's priorities as outlined in the OCP and other master plans, and for which the burden resulting from the tax exemption is justifiable expense to the taxpayers of Regina. 34 organizations applied for exemptions under the policy in 2022, and administration is recommending that 31 of these organizations be approved. And a list of the recommendations of those 31 organizations are in Appendix B of the report. The municipal property tax exemptions for those 31 organizations total $1,232,605. The current policy states that the total amount of exempted municipal tax dollars that would be applied under the policy not exceed $1.2 million in any given year. So under the current policy, we would then have to prorate the property tax exemptions being requested to stay within that $1.2 million cap. As a result, since that cap has not been amended since the policy was brought forward in 2018, administration is recommending Council approve 100% exemption for all the recommended nonprofit organizations that are being recommended for exemption, which would require increase in the cap to $1.24 million for 2022. And further, administration is recommending that going forward, the cap be increased by the amount of the previous year's mill rate. And that is just to reflect that as mill rate increases are approved by Council annually as part of the budget process, that kind of shrinks the value of that $1.2 million cap as these individual nonprofit organizations see their taxes increase and eventually they hit the cap, as well as an example this year we saw a couple of additional organizations request exemptions under the policy. So it provides, I think, more flexibility moving forward and kind of keeps that purchasing power or the value of that exemption equal relative to the overall property tax base. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli? Any questions from members on the report? Okay, I see Councillor Zakidniak online as a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, but, I understand that there is going to be a policy, more expansive policy review of coming up here. And so my first question is, some of the concerns that have been raised by the delegations today, will those be addressed in this policy review, and just some general additional information about that review process through the chair, please?
Mr. Lacey?
So thank you through you, Madam Chair. I'll make a few opening comments and then maybe ask Ms. Bryden to provide a little bit of additional information about the planned review process. So this policy is scheduled for review, and we had initially intended to look at it as part of 2021. However, with the upcoming community and safety well-being plan that will be coming before council shortly, we thought it was important that that plan come forward so that this review could also occur with the context of that plan having been before council and discussed and approved. So, with respect to the issues that some of the delegates raised, those are very similar to issues that were raised through the previous consultation process that was held with these organizations. So I fully expect, as we move forward through 2022, that some of the same issues will arise again that I think we'll have to review as part of that policy review and determine the impact. I think, I think what I heard from some of the delegates here, one of the concerns is kind of the annual approval process for some of these organizations that have been consistently approved year in and year out. And, perhaps there's an opportunity to look at how you provide more stability by signaling perhaps a multi-year approval, knowing that, council ultimately, may need to prorate. But I think that might, as an example, be something that can be explored through the consultation process. So certainly some of the issues that they've raised and concerns that the organizations might have or perspectives about what's working well with policy and what's not would be reviewed as part of that 2022 review. And maybe I just ask if Ms. Bryden has any additional comment around, she's shaking her head no, with respect to that process that we'll be undertaking.
Okay, great.
Ms. Bryden, no comment?
Through the chair, no, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. And so from my reading of the report, it sounds that I remember the feedback the last time we discussed this to re-examine the policy criteria that an organization has to be open to everyone, participation from everyone in order to receive funding. And based on the report, it says that was considered in this year's recommendations. Can you give me, so there were some folks who applied who previously were ineligible who are recommended for funding this year, and if so, which ones are those?
So through you, Madam Chair, you might recall the organization that was at issue was the Girl Guides in the previous year, and you will note that once again this year, they are being recommended for approval this year, taking into consideration the discussion that was had at committee and council in the previous year.
Okay. And then could you provide some additional information about how the German Canadian Society does not meet the policy criteria?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Bryden to walk through the decision around that organization.
Ms. Bryden?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So we recognize, of course, that the German Club does great work in the community, but they are not a unique service group. There are several cultural service groups in the community, and that's why they don't meet the criteria as outlined in the policy.
Okay, that's probably sufficient for now. Thank you. Another question is just generally curious about with the new designation of the RCMP Heritage Center, as a national museum, will that impact their eligibility for this tax exemption once that is in place?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Bryden.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So the RCMP Heritage Museum has been allocated some federal dollars to get them to the stage where they will be designated as a national museum. At that point in time, they will be owned by the federal government and they will be legislated exempt. So they will no longer be included in this process.
Okay. And my understanding is that's happening, like as you mentioned, that's in the process of happening and to be with an expected date of finalization in 2023. Is that your understanding as well through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. That is my understanding as well. Thanks.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I just would like to briefly speak, and I think that's appropriate now. The chair can tell me if it's not.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to strongly recommend to Executive Committee that these organizations are provided with their full tax exemption that they have applied for. The other option articulated has the ability to, if we provide partial exemptions, that's $32,605 more that we're being asked to spend. I think we can find better ways to spend to save $32,000 than on the backs of organizations helping our most vulnerable populations. So I strongly encourage folks to support the recommendation outlined by administration in the report. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Mancinelli, and I'm sorry that I didn't catch your mic before.
No problem at all. Nothing to be sorry for. Through the chair, my question has to do with the intent of this policy. I noticed that quite a few $100,000 are eaten up by organizations that are already not able to be taxed because they're municipally or provincially owned. Libraries, some of the community gardens that point out and report their city-owned assets to start with. And we have a capped funding stream that's a charitable funding stream, so to say. As we examine the policy, could we kind of untangle those two, if that would make sense? It seems strange that on a policy like this, where it's a grant, it would be eating up grant money on properties that aren't eligible anyways. Any comment?
Did you catch that question?
So, through you, Madam Chair, I might ask for some clarification. So, some of these organizations do qualify for grant funding from the city as well under the Community Investment Grant Program funding.
I'm sorry, I should have
said
exemption.
This is actually a different component, although they can qualify. Some of them can qualify for both. This is a property tax exemption piece, and the intent of the policy was really to help those organizations that we felt more broadly, or council felt more broadly, were addressing gaps might be the wrong word, but needs within the community that council felt was important to help support. And so this program is to support it through property tax exemptions, but maybe I'll ask for further clarification.
Poor choice of words on my behalf. I'm sorry about that. I was interchanging the word grant and exemption. The exemptions that I was talking about in this report would be an example of the library, the community gardens that are on city property already. We have a capped funding stream for exemptions that affect charitable organizations. The library and the community gardens eat up part of the exemption money available to others, even though I don't believe they would be taxable streams otherwise. So out of 1.2 million, they're taking part of that stream of exemption money away, even though they're not taxable assets. I guess that's a better way to explain it. Sorry about my interchange of the words there.
No, thank you very much for that clarification, and through you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I'll ask Ms. Bryden, since she was around when the consultation was part of that consultation process, perhaps I'll let her comment on the formation of the policy. and bringing those organizations under the policy, and I may have additional comments after. So to Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to clarify, all exemptions are required to be approved by City Council. And so even though it's city-owned land, if there is an entity that is occupying the space that is not municipal, for example, a community garden, then they become taxable. Even though the land, if it's owned by the city, it would be exempt. As soon as it's used for something other than specific city purposes, then it becomes taxable. So things like the library or the community gardens, that's how they become taxable. And certainly with the review this year, we could, and any report coming forward, even if we aren't doing the review, we could separate those ones so it more clearly articulates which properties are, or which spaces are allocated to non-exempt entities, but where the land would be otherwise exempt. If that is that.
I think that would be fine. Thank you.
I have Councillor Bresciani next.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. So just, can I clarify the response that came from Mr. Lacey regarding the German club? What was the reason for it being declined through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the German club, oh, sorry, I'm just looking for my notes here. So the policy really is looking for organizations that provide a unique service that perhaps is not offered anywhere else. And so it was determined that the services and the activities that were being brought forward by the German club did not fit that definition of being unique in nature, and that those services can be provided in many different organizations. And so, it was primarily for that reason that it was excluded from that piece. There is recognition as well, is that there's many of those types of organizations out there. And so by also approving that piece, it certainly also then opens up the number of organizations that would be eligible for property tax exemptions under the policy. And maybe I'd just ask Ms. Bryden again if she has anything to add. She does not have anything to add to that piece, so thank you.
Do you have another question?
No. Was Ms. Bryden adding anything?
No, she didn't have anything to add.
So just to that point, then how does that then compare with the Islamic Association? Again, I understand, and I'm concerned if we're looking at culture, because I don't know anywhere else it's German cultures offered. I'll be very frank. But yet we see, and I absolutely understand when we start looking and accepting cultural, there was another cultural group that was denied, but yet I see also on the list, there's cultural groups. So I think we go down a slippery slope if we've already, we've got one on there, so maybe you can just explain that one through the chair.
So through you, Madam Chair, so that's a different situation. So the Islamic Association is with respect to a facility and building that they will be constructing, is my understanding, and I'll ask, yes, if Ms. Bryden's confirming that once constructed would be statutory exempt. So once that building is constructed, it would be statutory exempt under the legislation. And so what the policy does provide for is those organizations that are in the planning and permitting process and are within 2 years of actually undertaking and completing that construction, we do provide them an exemption then under that policy to basically bridge them to that statutory exemption. And so it's a very small window where we provide that exemption, or where the policy basically provides that exemption. to those organizations that are undertaking construction of a facility that, once complete, will become statutory exempt and be removed from this policy because they will be exempt under legislation.
Great, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli had asked about the grants as well that these organizations get. And I'd like to know if when the report comes back, and I think it's important to know that when any of these, when they apply for a tax exemption, is there in other cities, because I know a lot of these also will get a community grant as well. So how is that weighed into the decision if we're already then covering them at 100% and then they also get a grant? So is there a percentage or, how do other municipalities consider that? And I think that would be something that would be important when we're looking at, if we're looking at this policy, would be very important because we tend to look at everything piecemeal. And I think we have to start looking at it collectively. So I absolutely support the nonprofit, the ones on the list here with that. But it's important also for council to understand that the grants that these organizations get. And it's important for the public to understand that as well. So I think that would be something that's important when it comes back in the report. And if other cities, it would be good to understand, is there a reduction in the grant or something like that because of the fact that they are getting 100%? Is there a ratio that's utilized that's common? I think that would be very helpful as well. Can that be an undertaking or?
So through you, Madam Chair, with respect to the organizations that, and I would say that this recommendation in front of you relates to property tax exemptions for 2022. And I don't necessarily believe that we have determined the grants for 2022. So we'd have to look which of these organizations received grants in 2021. There were 9 in total. So certainly if council wishes us to also bring a supplemental report that just indicates those 9 and how much they received through the Community Investment Grant Program, we can certainly do that, that they received in 2021. I would suggest the broader question that you've raised here about organizations receiving grant funding through the Community Investment Program, but as well through this tax exemption policy. That's probably, I would suggest that would be something that was considered when the policy was initially put together, but could be part of the review that we plan on taking 2022, and we could relook at that from a broader policy perspective. So we can certainly bring forward as a supplemental report the list of 9, so council can see which 9 those are and what grants they received in 2021.
I'm fine with the policy coming forward. So in review of the policy, that would be something that would be considered within that policy when it's being looked at in 2022, you said? Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I think that it's imperative that we have all of the information when we're looking at that. To me, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
It would also be helpful to have just a supplementary report of the ones that are also receiving the grants. If that can be just an add-on to the report. Is that possible for when this comes back?
So through you, Madam Chair, I will ask maybe Ms. Bryden to indicate whether or not grants for 2022 have been determined yet. Okay. As I say, I don't know if that's been done. So Ms. Bryden?
I see.
Through the chair, thank you. So we have the grants for 2022, I don't believe have been fully allocated yet, but we can certainly bring back the information related to 2021, if that would be helpful. And just to clarify, there's more than 9 of these organizations that got community investments. We know that there are 9 community partners, and so those come into consideration, so we've got that outlined. But there are quite a few that have, that receive funding from both streams, and we can certainly bring that information back in a supplemental report.
Thank you. Just, I guess, the last question I have is just in regards to,
Just a moment, Councillor Bresciani. Do you want to move a motion for a supplementary report to come to the council meeting with this report?
does it have to be done in a motion? Sure, yeah, I can move that.
Okay, so moved. Don't need a seconder, right, in executive?
And it would be a report that's been previous in 2021, I guess. Because they can't provide 2022.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a report that would show the 2021 grants to the community organizations that
Yes.
are on this list.
That's right.
So does anyone have any questions regarding that motion? All right, I see none, so let's have a vote. Call the vote on that, please, Mr. Clerk.
Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion has passed in a vote of 7-2, with those in favor being Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mayor Masters, Councillors LeBlanc and Mole, as well as yourself. Voting against it were Councillors Mancinelli and Zakidniak. As stated earlier, Councillor Stevens is absent from the meeting, and Councillor Hawkins has recused himself from the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one final
Councillor,
question.
you have another
Thank
question? Go ahead.
Just in regards to the Oxford House Saskatchewan Incorporated, there is 5 addresses there. I'm just wondering, what is the, I guess, what is the protocol on understanding how many people would be housed, how it's going, because these are all at 100%? What is the, I guess, how many do they house, and how does, I guess, that work to make sure that they're updated, that these are homes where this is still being facilitated? Through the chair.
So through you, Madam Chair, I will refer that question to Ms. Bryden.
Ms. Bryden?
I don't have that specific information in front of me. I think what you're asking, just to rephrase, I think what you're asking is how many residents are being supported through those 5 locations, Councillor Bresciani?
I guess what I'm asking is, I really didn't, honestly, to be frank, I didn't know what the Oxford House Saskatchewan was. I had to Google it. And I understand that it's places where people can go for, I guess support for, is it detox? But I don't know anything about the organization, but I just want to know, what is our due diligence as a city, as we're granting this, what's our due diligence to ensure that there's a program going, and what does it look like, and how many people it's supportive of sober living environment, so in recovery. So I've never heard of that before, but again, I'd be supportive, but I just don't know, like, is it 1 person, 2 persons? How does that work, through the chair?
So through...
Mr. Lacey, you wanted to take it?
Yes, so maybe I'll begin. So through you, Madam Chair, so the Oxford House Saskatchewan operates 5 houses in Regina, and it has a mandate to provide safe and affordable 3rd-stage housing to the vulnerable sector in our society, particularly recovering addicts. And they work with those residents to improve living, coping, and work skills by providing leadership and treating them in a holistic and respectful manner. So that's their mandate. They do that through five houses in the city.
Thank you for
Which
that.
is why you see those 5 separate properties show up.
Sure. I guess then, and maybe it could just come back in a memo back to council. I would be interested to know, like, is it one person, 2 people? Like how many people are we talking in a house that this program offers? I'm not saying, I think, yes, there's a need out there, absolutely, for supports in that area, but I'm curious to know if there could be more information shared with council, even in a memo format, to those properties and the amount and information around the properties and how many of these people or these organizations, these properties house.
So you through, Madam
Lacy?
Chair, we can follow up on that with council through memo.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I have Councillor Moll. Go ahead.
Can I answer Laurie's question about the Oxford House?
If you have some information, go ahead.
My friend stayed in that house for about a year. That was the best, I'll just call it rehab, that he participated in. And so they fill up the house, whatever the house size is, based on the rooms. I think there was 4 or 5 in the house that he was in. So, yeah.
Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Question for administration. We heard from the Mackenzie Art Gallery and the Saskatchewan Science Centre about a reduction from 100% tax exemption. For the Mackenzie, it's 99.18%. For Science Centre, it's 96.92%. Is there a rationale for that? Or I was looking in the report trying to find it, so I apologize.
No, through you, Madam Chair, and I don't think that was specifically spoken to in the report, so thank you for the question. That relates to space that these 2 organizations, we understand, we're looking at leasing out to for-profit restaurant or for-profit businesses. So basically it is space in their premise, but they are, in the Science Centre case, they are leasing it out to a restaurant space there. And so we have determined that particular space not to be eligible, given it's being leased out to a for-profit organization and not being used directly by the Science Centre in their activities. With respect to the Mackenzie Art Gallery, at the time the application was being undertaken, we understood that they were also looking to lease out that space, but I understand more recently, we understand that that space has still not been leased out to a third party for profit. So there is, I guess, in this case, a potential to, in the Mackenzie Art Gallery space, given it's currently vacant and has not been leased out, to move that up to a full exemption.
And would you do that based upon the application then being 100% not-for-profit? Do you require an amendment from council? Through you, Madam Chair.
So through you, Madam Chair, I think it probably should be through a motion because we are seeking approval for the actual amount of property tax exemption, and that must be approved by council.
Thank you for that. Just one more point. When we said that the Science Centre has leased out space within their tax-exempt property to a for-profit organization, we have confirmed that they're making a profit on that lease, correct?
So through you, Madam Chair, I can check with Ms. Bryden. I don't think we've actually confirmed whether they're making a profit on that space. I think the principle that we're looking at here is the organization that is occupying that space is, in essence, competing against other for-profit restaurants across the city. And so for-profit restaurants do pay taxes, and those taxes are either paid directly if they own the property or then paid through the lease arrangement they have with their landlord. So I think that's the broader principle that we've based this on, is more from that competitiveness perspective. I would mention we do have another organization that's on the list here. A couple of years ago did lease out their space to a restaurant, a for-profit restaurant as well. And so they are not receiving a property tax exemption on that space. And that is the Veterans, what do we call it here?
Royal Canadian
The
Legion.
Royal Canadian Legion, right.
That's just one of my questions as well. That makes sense. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess my question is sometimes if something, and I don't know the answer, I think that's part of my problem, is that for some place like the Science Center, they may lease out space at a net zero effect, essentially, just to add into the draw of their tourist site or their cultural site. And so then to remove a tax exemption from them when it just is forming part and parcel of visitor attraction, so to speak. Again, I don't know if they're making money at it or if they're not making money at it. I don't have a problem in principle with where you're approaching this from, but it would seem to be that we're then cannibalizing on a visitor attraction in totality if they're at net zero.
So through you, Madam Chair, maybe I'll ask Ms. Bryden if she has any additional information on that situation.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, so to the best of my knowledge, the Science Center just leases out the restaurant space. And it would certainly be an attraction to the Science Center to have that restaurant there. But the restaurant itself, I think, would operate on a profit basis. And it is not it's a commercial business. So that was the basis of why they were switched to being taxable for that portion, the portion that they lease to the commercial entity. So I also understand, actually, just further to Mr. Lacey's comments about the Mackenzie, which he actually received information from me earlier, but I did just receive information that the Mackenzie has now actually leased that space for their restaurant area or cafe area in the Mackenzie to Crave. So we can confirm that, but before council, but that's what my understanding is now.
And I just thank you for the answer through you, Deputy Mayor. Just to clarify, you don't know for a fact, though, that the nonprofit organization who's receiving the tax exemption is making a profit off of the lease?
Ms. Bryden or Mr. Lacey?
Through the chair, no, I do not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to consider this. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I do not. Oh, there is a question online. Sorry. Councillor Shaw, go ahead.
Hi. Just in light of what happened, what our mayor asked and questions I had, can I move a motion to increase that there is a zero profit from the lease for the restaurant space?
Just a second.
Yeah, I just...
Okay, I'm going to, just a minute, the clerk is going to ask a question for clarification of you.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Shaw, based on the discussion and from where you're coming from, I will ask Mr. Lacey to comment, or Ms. Bryden, but are you essentially asking that both the Science Centre and the Mackenzie be returned to their full 100% tax exemption as opposed to the 99 and 96 respectively? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, and especially if there's a zero profit from the lease of the restaurant space. So yes, that's what I'm asking. Thank you, Jim.
So, Mr. Lacey, does that make sense to you, what is being proposed here in this possible amendment?
So through you, Madam Chair. So I think what I'm understanding the motion would be is of that if properties under the policy are leasing out space and not making any profit on it, that they would get full exemption for that space.
Yes, yes, please. That's what I meant.
Fair enough. So that makes sense. I think there's, the question about profit, I think we would have to work with these organizations to determine that. I'd assuming they're charging a lease space. They're charging some amount for that lease space. So I think the question then would be, what costs would they have that would then go against that lease revenue that they're earning? I think that's what you mean by at no cost. If I could get
and I mean it's there to improve and to attract the tourists to the area, like we were talking about. It was just an added benefit to it, and if they're not making any money off it, they're putting it in there to add to the attraction of the facility. I just don't feel that we should have to deduct that little bit of increase that we've given them. That makes sense to you?
So, do you want to answer her first?
No,
I
think, that I understand the motion through you, Madam Chair, and I don't mean to enter debate. The only piece I would say then is that, I understand council's intent here, that it supports those institutions that are eligible for exemptions here, but it would mean that restaurant would not be paying property tax then, and that would be different than other restaurants throughout the city. But if I understand the intent would be is council recognizing that is to support them being there, not paying taxes, to support these nonprofit organizations.
So, Mr. Lacey, just a second. So, Mr. Lacey, would that be something that that kind of information that could come forward by the council meeting next week, so that we fully understand the implications of this motion, like whether or not they're.
So, through you, Madam Chair, I think we could simply follow up with these organizations and find out. And I want to be careful with this because it gets into their private business dealings and disclosure of that, but I don't think we have to disclose the amounts, but what they're charging for lease and what they deem the corresponding cost is for them to maintain that space. I think that can make a determination about whether or not there's a profit being made by the nonprofit organization. There are two distinct principles here, is what I'm saying. One is about the taxation of the nonprofit and whether they should pay taxes on that space, and there's a whole separate issue about the leasee of that space and whether they should be paying taxes. And so, to some extent, the two are getting mixed up here.
Right, and how can I speak now? Sorry.
So, do you still want to move that motion, or do you want to wait until we have more information at council meeting next week?
If I can wait till we have more information at council meeting, I just want to make sure the information that I'm asking for is correct, and how I can kind of describe this is, so say the Early Learning Center has a lunch program. So a restaurant comes in and feeds these kids a lunch. They charge them some money, but that's just to cover the cost for the kids to eat the lunch. I don't feel that restaurant should be charged, or that the Early Learning Center should be given a less tax exemption because they brought somebody in to help with the community and with the service within the community. If that restaurant was coming in, charging the children and making a profit off it, that's a different ball game. So, does that make sense through the chair?
I'm going to ask the city manager to respond to you. Just hang on.
So, through you, Madam Chair, and I think Councillor Shaw, her last statement was, there is a difference between a non-profit organization and a for-profit organization. And Mr. Lacey has highlighted, if we have square footage within a facility that's run by a not-for-profit organization, we're saying that is tax exempt in these recommendations. If they have an area of their floor space that is for-profit, then just in terms of fairness and competition across our community, those entities should pay property taxes. And I understand the complementary service that is provided at times. So If you look at our own facilities over the years at the Sportplex, and I know it's a city-owned facility, but we have a cafeteria, we had a sports shop, they paid property taxes. It would, create inequality in the community if we had some paying tax, some not paying tax. So that gets to the fairness piece. The other, there is a negotiation, obviously, between the Science Center, between the Mackenzie Art Gallery, and those proprietors that they're leasing to. And there may be a shared arrangement in terms of revenue. We heard it earlier today related to the stadium. So when there's a rider game, the revenues go primarily to the riders, but Real gets a percentage of those revenues from sales of food and beverage. So I think we really do need to focus on the nonprofit and what the nonprofit is being exempted and where we are in terms of commercial business. And, they may be a complementary service within a facility, but if they're not making a profit, I don't know that they will be there operating. So it is about fairness and keeping the playing field across the organization or across the community fair.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Councillor Shaw, do you want to make the motion? Do you want to?
I appreciate your answer, Chris. That was exactly what I'm looking for. I'd like to wait until next week for this to come back, and then we can kind of decide on there once we have some more knowledge, if that's all right.
Okay, thank you. No more questions? That's it? Thank you. Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, in follow-up to some of the comments just made by administration, appreciate that perspective. What I guess I'm going to ask for in terms of consideration is, has there been notice given to these organizations that this is going to occur? Because to your point, they've negotiated lease agreements for which they won't have property taxes within their costing because they have not been paying them to date. Anyway, I'll just ask you to consider that for the information you're bringing back for next week and appreciate the intent behind the change of policy.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Mancinelli if he wants to close discussion on this item. No? All right, so I'll have the clerk start the vote on EX 2177, community nonprofit tax exemptions.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 9-0. All members present voting in favor. And again, for the record, Councillor Stevens is absent from the meeting and Councillor Hawkins recused himself because of a personal conflict.
All right, thank you. We're going to be moving on. I hope, can we contact Councillor Hawkins so he can come back into the room? All right, thank you. We're going to be moving on to delegations under EX 21-79 intensification levy referral report. I would like to call upon delegation Andrew Williams, representing North Prairie Developments Limited. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you are calling from. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and after that time, you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the committee may have. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Executive
one
Council.
second. Just 1 second.
Sorry, I just need my microphone. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have to remove myself as a family member is in the development.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So just hold for just a few moments. Councillor Bresciani is excusing herself from the room. All right, you can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Executive and Council. My name is Andrew Williams, and I represent North Prairie Developments, and I'm calling in from Saskatoon. Our organization does work in both cities, Saskatoon and Regina, and we're a province-wide developer. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I've got a number of comments just on infill and the report itself in general, so I'm going to jump right into that. Infill developments are an essential part of any city's growth, and a good strategy needs to be formed in this case. And it's important that the City of Regina recognize that a healthy balance between both infill and suburban growth need to be met. And you can't play both off against one another. The strategy needs to work and coincide together. The removal of intensification levies is an absolute must, and we're a prime example of a direct impact. So when it was introduced, we stopped all our future planning on potential infill acquisitions in Regina, and we focused our time, capital, and efforts 100% on all Saskatoon projects. The tax lift proposed is a good idea. However, it counteracts the next set of comments I'm going to jump into here. And the City of Regina needs to go beyond the removal of intensification levies if they truly want to achieve their infill goals of 30% in the future. The City of Saskatoon, it's a great reference point, and more weight should be placed on the programs that were introduced, which include removing all levies, including offsites and subdivisions. There's a tax exemption brought in for 5 years on new developments, which again counteracts the tax lift. An appointment of city employee to help streamline the application process for large developments there. This is an essential piece, as there's a lot of zoning issues and stuff that come up during those developments that need to get dealt with in a timely manner. And then the creation of a Cut the Red Tape initiative in which the city works closely with industry as a partner, and I emphasize as a partner because both industry and the city need to work together in order to achieve that goal. And part of this report, which I'm not going to jump into, they also attached an infill roundtable report in which the Saskatoon developers and the city worked hand in hand. And if you look at the people that joined in on that meeting there, it included council, included administration, medium, small, large developers throughout the industry. And the creation of that and the success of that was absolutely phenomenal when it all finished. And I want to stress, too, that even with all the incentives, it's not going to equate to an immediate rush of infill projects, as it takes longer to plan and get approval on these sites. With reference to the report itself, there's a couple key things I want to point out. One, I'm going to do a direct quote, which is, since coming into effect, the intensification levy has been collected on 52 developments in the established area, totaling $1.03 million. The 52 developments have included residential, commercial, and mixed-use developments. So the city really needs to be transparent in this process and communicate clearly to council the impact this policy has had on infill developments, and more specifically, how many new housing infill units were actually created, and how does this compare with the years prior? Where are we at that 30% goal? The report also stated that it estimated $125 million in growth-related infrastructure needed to support intensified development in established areas. This is based on 30% intensification target. So again, it's not clear on how many infill projects could move forward at this point in time and over how many years. So the clause itself suggests that in order for any sites to move forward in infill, that the city must invest $125 million in infrastructure, which we don't believe is the actual case there. And the bigger challenge with this is if you remove the infill levies tomorrow, then what does this mean? Does this mean if we bring a $30 or $60 million project to Regina that we still have to wait for $125 million in infrastructure to be injected into the city in order for those sites to move forward? And that's just the level of uncertainty that is going to, again, further delay the actual goal of achieving that 30% intensification. More consideration has to be given to the impacts of having zero to minimal infill development. So this report really doesn't touch on any of that. And what impact and cost does this have on the city of Regina? And that's a question I think that really needs to be answered. I'm getting close to the end. In relation to Appendix C in the report, for clarity, Saskatoon has waived the off-site service charges for the infill sites it established there. And I think council should place a heavy weight on Saskatoon policies versus other provinces, as Saskatoon is a direct competition for cities for citizens, jobs, and businesses. And infill sites, they also provide the city with strategic locations for future rental stock. So well-located rental sites, they provide an economic advantage to the city as it helps attract new workers and immigration. And we expect that vacancies will significantly tighten, and these infill sites will help achieve future growth in the next economic cycle, which we believe isn't far off. So in closing, we support the city recommendation to remove the intensification levy. However, we strongly urge administration and council to go beyond this initiative if they truly want to achieve their 30% target. So I'll end my presentation at that, and I'll welcome any comments. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Does the delegation have any, does any member of committee have any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you so much for presenting. Wait. Oh, Councillor Stevens has a question. He's just joining? Oh, wait. I'm going to check. Councillor Stevens, did you have a question or you just joined?
Yeah, I have a question.
You have a question. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Andrew, I'm wondering if you could elaborate on something you said regarding you canceling acquisitions in Regina when the levies came in. Infill development had virtually collapsed before the levies were introduced. Can you talk about the developments you were responsible for in Regina leading up to the levies being introduced several years ago?
So I can speak to, at that point in time, both Saskatoon and Regina had started to express interest in infill development there. We took an active interest in looking at sites in both Saskatoon and Regina. Saskatoon went the opposite direction. They incentivized, and as a result, we moved infill sites forward. Regina decentivized, and we just stopped looking at acquisition sites altogether there. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Stevens, did we lose you?
You did. Sorry, there was an error. I'm back.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. I do not see any other questions, just checking. And so I thank you very much for your time. You may leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have another delegation, yes? Okay. So I would like to call upon Delegation Paul Morose. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you are calling from. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. And after that, there will be an opportunity to respond to any questions the committee may have. Go ahead. Mr. Moroz?
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if members of Executive Committee can hear me. Could I get perhaps a confirmation that I'm online here?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Paul Moroz, and I'm the principal with Union Land Developments Limited. We are a Saskatchewan-based land development firm with interests focused in Regina and Saskatoon. I'm here in support of this report and recommended funding option number 1. This initiative has long been in the works, and it is nice to see it come to fruition. Infrastructure is vital to redevelopment projects, and cash is vital for infrastructure. The tax lift approach helps overcome the cash issue with the mutual benefit to the municipality, developer, and ultimate land user. I can speak from first-hand experience the difficulty in initiating infill projects and the difficulty in executing. The tax lift approach, while not a silver bullet, is a good tool to help overcome some of the hurdles often encountered in infill situations. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and to reiterate, I am in support of option number 1, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions of the delegation? Anyone online? I see no questions. So thank you very much for presenting today. You may leave the meeting, Mr. Moroz.
Thank you.
All right. So that is it for delegations. Yes. So we will now consider EX 21-79 intensification levy referral report. Can I ask Ms. Hallrick from the administration to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on September 22nd, the Executive Committee considered the proposed 2022 development charges report and was asked administration to refer back the intensification levy and look at alternatives to fund the growth-related infrastructure needed to support intensified development in the established areas of the city. So administration took that away and looked at different options in order to fund this infrastructure that is required to accommodate 30% of our growth within our established areas within the city. And so we are recommending that you remove the intensification levy the way it is and apply the tax lift funding source as an alternative funding model to fund the $125 million worth of infrastructure that needs to be paid for. So this funding source involves just taking the incremental tax revenue growth or tax lift from new intensified development in our established areas and allocating it to a newly created special reserve, if this is the approach council wants to take, and that reserve will fund the infrastructure needed to support intensified development. We are recommending that we come back to council with just an updated report on how this model is working and if any changes would need to be made. There are assumptions with any models that we have, and so we want to just make sure that those assumptions are staying true and to see if we need any additional changes. The risk to this is similar to the existing process that we're doing now. If we don't see the tax lift happen to fund, that's the same if we're not seeing development and getting the levies. So from a risk perspective, it's the same, and we feel this proposal will address what we're hearing from the community and what we've heard from what we heard from council at the last meeting. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much for that. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Hawkins? Yes? And do you want to speak to it?
To move the report, I recommend it. I'll speak only very briefly. What's really happening here is we're replacing a policy which disincentivizes intensification with a policy which will incentivize intensification. Intensification is something we want to have happen. It's an important policy. I think that the risks are relatively minimal, and I think the potential gain in intensifying our urban area are great. So I support this and I recommend it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, thank you for giving me a moment to speak. Through you, I would just like to ask administration if you could just kind of give a brief description on how this is going to really benefit in igniting our downtown. We as council have been looking over this for a long time and reading into it and realizing the benefits. Can you just on a very brief comment as to how, like I said, as to how this is going to really intensify and ignite our downtown and our development through the chair?
That's through you, Madam Chairman. So taking this approach will take away one of the barriers that we've heard with respect to intensifying development. There's a number of things that we've heard from industry that we've been working on over the years with respect to the barriers that we see with respect to seeing the intensification. And you heard it from the previous delegation and is some of the uncertainties that come around. So we have done the underutilized land strategy, which has a number of things that we're working towards with respect to how do we see pre-zonings, looking at those things. So we're working on that. To the delegate's point about the red tape initiative in Saskatoon, we're not calling it that, but we have someone in my area that's working on how to reduce the red tape, so to speak. We're not calling it that, but the barriers to the permitting, the requirements, all of those things. We have 4 new positions for through the servicing agreement fee to look at the engineering studies that are needed to look at one of the barriers is infrastructure. So we're working on that. We've established the City Centre Core Framework Group that Council approved recently, and that's a group that's going to work and make recommendations to Council. So that's a committee that will help with that. We've approved the Yards Neighbourhood Plan, part of the to get to the extra 20,000 people in the core. 10,000 are in the established, and then 10 are in the city centre, and 2,500 are supposed to be on the Yards land. So we have an approved plan for that and moving forward with that. We have the Sask Drive corridor projects, the rehab of Dudney. We have this energy and sustainability framework, and we started on our neighborhood planning process. So this is just one thing of many that we're working on to try and help intensify. In addition, in April, we brought a report to you on incentives, and so we're doing that work as well, and we're doing a market study. One of the things that we hear from industry is that we don't understand the market, and we agree we need to understand what the barriers are from a market perspective. And so actually administration is just in the midst of doing a market sounding initiative. And so we're going out in December, and then we're meeting with the development industry as well as part of that to look at what additional incentives do we need to see development take place to achieve our 30% target. So there is a number of initiatives that are underway to try and help as you said, ignite our core. And then we have a number of initiatives just with events and things like that that'll also help as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was a great description of how this is going to be so beneficial to our city. I am very happy to be supporting this motion and excited to be on council that is supporting this motion. So thank you.
Right, I have Councillor Findura, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question, Mr. Williams mentioned about $100 million of infrastructure, and he was talking about if the levies are going to go away, you're not going to see much movement. And the comments previous to the administration was the risks. So if I could get a more deeper explanation or translations of when Mr. Williams is speaking as a developer, he's heading out to Saskatoon, he won't even look at us here. What does that mean, 100 million? Does that mean we need to build roads, we need to build pipes and sewers in the ground to attract investment? Is that something that he's talking about?
Ms. Holrick.
Through you, Madam Chairman. So yes, so through our servicing agreement fee and the official community plan and all of our master plans, in order to accommodate the growth that is needed, both in greenfield and intensification to hit that 30%, through the servicing agreement fee model, we've identified $125 million worth of projects that over the life to get us to a 300,000 population are needed to support that growth. So to the delegates' comment about, well, if the infrastructure isn't there, we can't, we might not be able to build. That's part of the challenges that we have, is that there is projects that need to be done, but there is capacity and there is servicing solutions. And so those are the things that we're working on right now. Is we have, as I said, some engineering resources now that will be looking at the core area and what engineering do we need to do in advance to be able to support that. And then through the servicing agreement fee model, we've identified the projects that need to take place. So the way the model works is if we see a ramp up in development, then those projects will need to be advanced more quickly. If we see a slowdown, then we might not need all of those projects. So from our best estimates to get to the 300,000, we have a model that has and shows what projects are needed. And the way the model works is it's based on a percentage of 30-70, like the benefits to the greenfield area for the project and things, and then the percentage for the infill area or intensification area. And then there's one major project, it has to do with the relining, and that one is 100% dedicated to infill because that project is actually specifically needed. It doesn't have to do with the greenfield growth. So we know engineering is one part of that, and we're working on that, and infrastructure is another. So those are things that we're working on as we move forward, but it's actually the servicing agreement fee that says the projects we need.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up on to that one is from the service agreement fees, as they're being paid in the growth areas. How are you splitting those? The majority or all of the fees that are being paid, do they stay in that sector, or do they get relocated and put in different areas in areas of the growth? How does that work? Because when I'm talking about it, all the investment that was done, have the money have been transferred elsewhere to fill some gaps?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman. So the servicing agreement fee, we collect those servicing agreement fees, and then this was an intensification levy to pay for those fees, and then we go into the model, and so they're allocated to the projects that we bring forward in our budgeting processes. So those monies can't be just used to build a fire hall or anything. They have to be, it's through the legislation, the Planning and Development Act, that says what things can we charge in our development fees or servicing agreement fees. So there's a specific list, and then that's tied to our master plans for our infrastructure planning. And then that's what we collect on, and that's what we have to spend that money on. So in the budget, you're going to get the budget documents soon. You'll see in the back of the budget book, it'll say the project, and it'll say how much is servicing agreement fee funded, how much is taxpayer funded, and then that'll be the total, because some of the projects benefit the existing population. That's why we pay a portion of it to taxpayers pay, and then the rest is coming from that fund. So it's a very legislative process, and we can only charge for those growth-related infrastructure. So a lot of people have said, well, why don't you just put all of these costs onto Greenfield, to the Greenfield developers? We can't through the legislation. Like, it's tied to what they're using, the capacity, et cetera. And so that's why I always say it's one of the more complicated policies that council has, just because of the legislation and the number of projects. And we work every year with the development industry to go through those projects, make sure, and as we get new information, those project lists change as we get new information. So it's a document and or a model that's always alive and changing.
Great, thank you, Sarlik. Through Madam Chair, just a quick comment. I'm totally in support of this. This is I know the risks, and I know that the stress is moving forward. We have to start this. I mean, that's simple. I mean, we're hearing from the communities, and we want to be Regina made. I mean, you don't want to. I mean, there are things that are happening out there, but it's happening here. So we need to focus on Regina, how we grow, and what's the proper way to go about that. And I understand that when we changed the local improvement project from being out there saying people decide to 1%, and take a look at the success from that. That was a tough thing to do too. So this is it's not easy, but I think the benefit will be outweighed to what the risk. I mean, risk is any day. You don't know, right? So we need to step out of our shadows or comfort zone and do something. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, I have Councillor Zakidniak on the line, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the effort to bring more intensification to our downtown. It's really important. And I also wanted to state that I think the environmental impact section of this report does a really good job of explaining the importance of well-planned intensification to achieving environmental sustainability. And I just want to note the following part of that. Intensification in established areas of cities is generally known to contribute to the reduction of energy consumption and associated GHG emissions in various ways, including reducing travel distances, encouraging active transportation and use of transit, making more efficient use of land and infrastructure already developed and in place, becoming a more compact city by building up existing areas versus sprawling outward. So these statements really highlight the importance of sticking to our OCP intensification goals. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other questions, but I do have, I have Mayor Masters. Maybe she'll ask my questions.
I'm not sure. Deputy Mayor, through you. I have a question in follow-up on the 125 million worth of projects. I believe are they needed regardless of whether we grow to 300,000 or not?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So if growth stopped today, then we wouldn't need all of those projects. A lot of those $125 million projects are needed for the greenfield growth as well, and that's why it's a proportionate share. There is that one project that I was saying that is 100% funded because it's required for the infill to meet that. But if we don't see any of that growth, we wouldn't probably do that project. And then, as I said, we reevaluate those projects on a yearly basis. We work very closely with our development industry. I think council is aware with that. We have a number of standing committees to talk through issues, and the servicing agreement fee model is one of them that we go through a very rigorous process with them.
So in terms of the 125 million, if I hear you correctly, it's a 70-30 split. For infill development is 30% of the 125 million?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So not every, yes, it's the split. So the bigger portion, so the servicing agreement fee has, over $500 million worth of projects. And then the 125 million makes up, there's a certain amount of projects that are needed for the infill. And yes, those are the typical splits.
Thank you. Just for one last question, is growth good for the city?
Yes, it is.
Why?
As growth happens and we see more things like cultural things take place, the livability, people want to be here, quality of life, and so growth is good for the city, and infill growth is very important for the city for the reasons that are stated in the report, for energy and sustainability reasons, and to maximize our infrastructure. But we also need balanced growth. We need growth in the greenfield areas as well because it gives market choice to people. And so it's about finding that balance. And when we did the OCP, that's what we were trying to find. And as I've indicated, we have been working on this. And we have a number of initiatives underway because we have not been hitting our targets for the 30%. And we're hoping that through these works with the incentive, some of the work that we need to do about pre-zoning and having those issues addressed from the development industry, it will spur the developments that we need and understanding the market choices that people want.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Madam
Chair. Thank you. So I have just a few questions, one or two. One of the delegations spoke about what the City of Saskatoon is doing, and we know that they have a land development bank. I saw yesterday when I looked it up that it was established in 1920, so it's 100 years old. So they have been able to generate a lot of revenue for their intensification and other kinds of projects. The 125 that we need to the goal to reach that 125 million. On page 9, there is reference under the cons that it's it's not a guarantee and that it might take some time to build up to get to the 125 million. I'm wondering if are there any other options that we have to try to build up that fund, to put funds into it, into that reserve early on? And I'm thinking, I don't know if it's at all appropriate, but even if from sale of other lands that we have, is that an appropriate way to start that reserve for intensification?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I might start and I might ask Mr. Lacey. Option 2 of the report talks about the other option, which is actually putting in some tax fund in $2 million. So that's always an option. There is always the option for land sales and those sorts of things, but with the developments that are taking place in the yards, as you heard from the development industry, there's a lot of risk with respect to development, and most of your costs are upfront, and then you get it paid back at the end, and sometimes that takes a long time. So that's why risks are very important. So I think that's more of a policy decision with respect to our real land and real estate and those revenues, but I might ask Mr. Lacey to comment as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, so maybe just a couple of additional comments. First, Saskatoon, with the land development activity Saskatoon does, as you've mentioned, they've been in it for a long time, and they are a very significant player in the Saskatoon land development market. And so their revenue generation and returns are, they're in a different place than what we are with respect to that opportunity. So, so first off, it's not really a very accurate comparable, just given the size of their land development activity. You know, I would suggest that if there was desire with respect to advancing some funds into the reserve, that that would be something I think we would want to go away with and make a determination about what would be the best place to source that funding. You know, it may or may not be the land development reserve, which where profits go to, as Ms. Hauerlach's indicated. Significant part of our land development activities right now is in the towns, and you typically see your biggest return towards the end of a development once you've made all your upfront investments. So I would say that we'd want to do more analysis around that funding source and not make a determination today.
Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close the discussion? Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you want to call the vote, please?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor. And as noted for the record, Councillor Bresciani has recused herself from consideration.
All right, thank you. We are going to move on to the next item. Okay. The delegation is being let in. Okay. Sorry, the next item, we're going to go back to the daycare center tax exemption update EX 21-78. And the delegation is on the line. So I would like to call upon Delegation Cara Steiner, representing Prairie Lily Early Learning Center. I'm going to ask if you could please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you are from. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and after that time, you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the committee may have. Please go ahead.
Of course. Okay, thank you so much for having me today. It's my pleasure to be here. Before I start, I would just like to acknowledge that I'm calling from Regina on Treaty 4 lands. My name is Cara Steiner, and I am the Executive Director for Prairie Lily Early Learning Centers here in Regina. We have 3 licensed locations and 2 unlicensed before and after school programs. And I also sit on the Saskatchewan Early Childhood Association Board as the Vice Chair, and am a part of the Saskatchewan Leaders Caucus through the Canadian Child Care Federation. So I'm very happy to be here today and be talking a little bit about this proposed national system and what that might look like as we continue to work with municipalities around Saskatchewan when this system is being built. So I guess I just would like to start by going over the 4 main pillars, I suppose, of what is being proposed for childcare system building and what Saskatchewan has prioritized with the federal government for what we're looking at here. So number 1 would be affordability, which would be that $10 a day fee for families. So we really would be moving from a market-based approach for early learning and childcare towards a supply side or publicly funded sort of system. And I know that we talk a lot about economics, and this morning we've been talking a lot about the economics of Regina and how are we going to stimulate growth. And childcare certainly is a very important part of that. But childcare is important for more than just economic growth and things like that. It's also just a public service that's for the greater good of the community. So there's affordability, there's accessibility. The proposal includes 28,000 new spaces that will be opened across Saskatchewan within the next 5 years. It talks about inclusion, which would be properly funding and including more children with diverse abilities in our programs. And then it talks about the workforce and how are we going to make sure that this system can be built on a solid foundation of qualified and trained professionals. So those would be the main 4 things. The actual, meat of the proposal of the CanSask Early Learning Agreement hasn't been released yet. So I don't have a lot of information about what the specifics are going to look like for that program in Saskatchewan. But this summer, there was a roadmap that was developed with the Canadian Childcare Federation, the federal branch of Childcare Now, and the Matart Foundation out of Edmonton. And that is available online on the Canadian Childcare Federation website. And it is just a roadmap of that was created with multiple stakeholders coming together, different unions, people from SUMA, mayors of different towns, and really talking about what this system is going to look like in Saskatchewan. So when we're moving into a consultation period with the city and with local stakeholders, I think there's a really neat opportunity for us to continue to work together and figure out things like property tax exemptions and who is funding who and who is funding what. And I think, we really want to have a system built where all stakeholders have a voice and where all municipalities within our province are being able to contribute to what is being built. So I wanted to keep things maybe a little bit more short in case there were questions. And so I suppose I'll end just this little period of talking right now. And if anyone has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions of the delegation? Just checking if there's anyone online. I do not see any questions. I do have one for you.
Sure.
When you talk about the importance of recruiting and retaining early childhood educators,
yeah.
What would you say the average wage rate of an early childhood educator? I know that there's different levels of childhood educators, but in terms of an annual salary or whatever, what kind of wage rate do they have, and why is improving their conditions good for retention?
Of course, I'm happy to talk about that. So I think that there are definitely some things that are making it difficult for us to recruit and retain qualified ECEs in our field. And I think that's a really long conversation that we wouldn't have time for today. But I would say that, if you were a level 1 early childhood educator, the average wage is around $15, which would be less than the $16.46 an hour living wage that's been determined by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. So if you're just entering into the field, there's not a lot wage-wise that's keeping you there. For a level 2, it would be around $18 an hour, and for a level 3, it would probably be around $20 an hour. That would certainly differ between rural and urban areas, and I know that many rural areas have extra struggles in keeping people, especially when they're a smaller center with maybe only 20 families participating or contributing parent fees. So I think that would be part of what the issue is. And I think that even just having early childhood education recognized as a profession and something that is important, or feeling that ECEs feeling that they're supported, those are some things that go a really long way towards recruitment and retention of educators. And as I guess I briefly mentioned it, but if we are truly looking in Saskatchewan to add 28,000 more childcare spaces that's really scary for many of us who are in administrator roles in childcare because we are already facing a bit of a hiring crunch. So I guess that's where we want to start having this conversation of how can we work with municipalities to support this sector, and how are we going to find spaces for all of these children to be coming into programs. So is that looking at using older buildings within the city, or is it looking at continuing to provide things like property tax exemptions or lower rents in different areas for people? Typically, spaces have been put into the new joint use school buildings, but we're certainly not going to have enough joint use schools to meet the gap of all of these spaces that are going to be created.
All right. I have 100 more questions, but I won't ask them today. So thank you very much for presenting, and you may now leave the meeting.
Sure. Thank you. I really appreciate you having me this morning. Or
I'm
this
sorry.
afternoon,
Apologies.
so
Can you stay on the line? Can you stay on the line?
Oh, yes.
There is a question. I don't see it on my screen, but I guess Councillor Shaw has a question.
Sure.
Hey, thank you for catching that. The importance of childcare to me has been a long time standing. My mother ran a daycare center. I've housed many children that weren't mine to help parents and to help families. I do want to question, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I've always wondered this. I mean, we have a new daycare center in the process of being built there on South Albert. How many daycare centers, and has there been any thought about putting more daycare center spaces in our downtown area through the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. So that question's for me. So to you, Councillor Shaw, through the chairperson here, I'm not 100% sure what the plans are right now, and that might be a Ministry of Education question, but even just in doing some research over the last couple months and looking to places like the City of Vancouver, who have done some really, really unique things with doing infill, using old spaces or empty office buildings or things like that to be putting childcare in their downtown, putting childcare on the top of parking, like parkades, having it on the rooftop and building spaces there. I think that in Regina, there certainly could be a lot of opportunity to be developing new and unique spaces for childcare. And there are still quite a few areas in Regina, for example, the downtown or in the Greens and in the East End, where there are very few licensed childcare options. And I think that those would certainly be things that would be worth exploring as we look to building a system here.
Thank you for that, because it's just something that I would like to look in as a counselor and see if there's something that we can do. Like I said, and thank you for all your work. I know it's a thankless job. I did it in the schools for many years while I went through university, and it is one hard job, but very, very rewarding at the end of the day. And we thank you for your time and services that you put in for our children.
Well, thank you so much.
All right. You can now leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
So we will
Bye-bye.
now consider EX 21-78 daycare center tax exemption update. Can I have Ms. Folk from the administration please introduce the report? And you're on.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and members of Executive Committee. So in December 2020, Council extended property tax exemptions to 23 licensed nonprofit daycares in Regina for the 2021 and 2022 tax years, while the federal government began to work on their national child care plan. Administration did commit at that time to return to Council with more information on the federal government's commitment and the opportunities for how we can collectively work together. As the report details, the federal government announced $30 billion for a national child care plan last spring and has proceeded to negotiate agreements with provinces for the distribution of those funds. Saskatchewan was the 8th province to sign an agreement which will see it receive $1.1 billion from the federal government over the next 5 years to reduce the cost of childcare and increase the number of spaces throughout the province. At the same time, the federal government and the government of Saskatchewan agreed to extend an agreement originally signed in 2017 that will provide an additional $68.5 million over the next 4 years for additional childcare spaces and a one-time investment of $17.2 million in 2021 and 2022 to support the early childcare workforce. These two agreements are expected to have a significant impact on childcare within our province result in increased economic growth and greater participation of women in the workforce, as well as to have better outcomes for children and better wages for childcare workers. We're already seeing the impact of these two agreements. Recently, the province announced that $9.6 million of the federal funds will fund a one-time wage hike for each childhood educator this year, and by the end of 2022, Saskatchewan families are expected to see a 50% reduction in average fees for children under 6 in regulated childcare. With these agreements now in place, the administration plans to engage with the nonprofit licensed childcare in early 2022 to gain further clarity on the impact this will have on their operations and how we can continue to work collaboratively. As you heard Ms. Steiner say, the specifics of the details around those agreements are still pending and coming, and so we're anticipating more of those details will come to light in early 2022, and we're looking forward to engaging both with childcare industry as well as the provincial government as how we could advance that. We plan to bring a supplementary report forward in November 2022 that would make specific recommendations around next steps. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Could I have someone move the report? I think Councillor Bresciani wants to do that. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this was something that the previous council was very supportive of, and I think that the daycares, they spoke loud and clear that they needed this tax exemption. So we are grateful to have that there in the interim. The question I have is, so how will that engagement work? So we know there's an absolute shortage, and I can speak in some of the growth areas for sure. They fill up in minutes. So what is the process for, especially when they're connected to schools, especially when they are connected to or close to the facilities? How will that process work? And I know we need more information, but what is going to kind of be the process that you see? Because if it's going to only come in November, I just kind of need the process, how that will work through the chair.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bresciani. And as Ms. Steiner said, much of that consultation process will happen within the daycare industry through the Ministry of Education. So I know our team has been having conversations and discussions, and we'll talk about it from a municipal perspective around the role we have in supporting that. Of course, within Saskatchewan, the responsibility for early childhood education still lies with the province. So we want to be respectful of that and continue to work collaboratively with the province as well as the daycare operators to ensure that we can do what we can do from a municipal perspective to support that.
Thank you. Just the second piece is I understand it's not really our role, but it is our role to also facilitate like facilities, like places to be. And I think that's a really key piece when we know the government will have programs, but where is that need? What areas? Because there's no use of having 20 downtown, right? So I guess that's where I would hope the city will facilitate in looking at the demand of, we've had major growth in areas, as we know, in the southeast and the south, around the peripheral, as well as the need for inner city to drop off as well. So I guess that's the piece that I'm hoping that the city will help with, to look at creative ways to, number one, collect that data of where it's needed, but also look at kind of what's existing and then, kind of consider recommendations on that.
Thank you for that feedback, Councillor Bresciani, and that's very helpful because I think you have pointed out there are other ways that we can contribute to collectively solving this problem for the community that goes beyond tax exemptions. So thank you for that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Through the chair, I see that we give daycares a 40% tax exemption, which I take it means they pay 60% of the tax they would otherwise pay. Do we know how much tax revenue we would forego if we bumped that up to 100% like we do for other nonprofits?
Through you, the chair, I'm going to start, and then I might ask Mr. Lacey to speak to that. Of course, the 40 to 60% split is really related to the municipal portion of the tax dollar. We do have the information in terms of what that amount is today, and I'll ask Mr. Lacey to comment further on that.
Mr. Lacey.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So this relates to, and I just want to be clear on this, the 25 licensed nonprofit childcare centers. And currently, they are receiving, as you've indicated, a 40% property tax exemption. The reason that 40% is applied is that there are a number of unlicensed daycares in residential home settings, and so essentially that puts them on even par from a property tax perspective with those home-based daycares. So property taxes at 100% on the municipal portion would be $168,749, and at the 40% number, it's $65,254 as it relates to the municipal portion. So on the municipal portion, it's about $100,000 difference that they're still paying in taxes on that 60%.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak, we are almost at 1:30. Can I ask that you just ask one question, please? I'm not sure how many you had, but go ahead.
I only have one. I just wanted to confirm, so my reading of the report indicates that they will be receiving a tax exemption through to the end of 2022. So I just want to make sure that nothing has changed with that and to confirm my understanding.
Who is going to answer that question? Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Great. So we are at the end of this item. No more questions. And Councillor Bresciani, did you want to finish off? No? All right. So, Mr. Clerk, could you call the vote, please?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes unanimously at 11-0.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Hawkins. Anyone opposed? None. All right. Thank you, everyone, for a good meeting.